me one wireless mess up to go wired. One.
Preach, honey, preach. Yeah, you did.
Light nigga, dark nigga, faux nigga, real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga. Light nigga, dark nigga, faux nigga, real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga, feel nigga, still nigga, still nigga. I like that second one. Light nigga, dark nigga, faux nigga, real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga, feel nigga, still nigga, still nigga. OJ like, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay, house nigga, don't fuck with me. I'm a field nigga with Sean Cutler with it. Go play the quarters where the butlers be. I'ma play the corners where the hustlers be. I told her, please don't die over the neighborhood that your mama renting. Take your drug money, get by the neighborhood. That's how you rinse it. I bought that BB12 engine. Wish I could take it back to the beginning. I could have bought a place in Dumbo before it was Dumbo for like $2 million. That same building today is worth $25 million. Guess how I'm feeling? Dumbo. Light nigga, dark nigga, full nigga, real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga, field nigga.
Oh, there's a construction site, so you can talk about that getting back up.
Still nigga. Light nigga, dark nigga, faux nigga, real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga, field nigga. Still nigga. Still nigga. You wanna know what's more important than throwing away money in a strip club? Ready? Number one, I wanna teach people own all the property in America.
There you go.
That's how they did it. Financial freedom, my only hope.
Where are you going?
Why do you want to go on the air?
Huh?
Why do you want to go on?
Because they told me to tell them when I was somewhere else.
What?
We can go now, and then we already had our turn in rotation. This is an easy on the way, and we can take a break right now.
Ugh.
the tweets were actually antagonistic and creating more division and inciting violence. So depending on who you speak to, who you speak with, you'll see if they are for the president's message or against it.
Very good perspective there, Astrid. We'll come back to you in a moment. We're going to go now to Yasmina Alston. And Yasmina, you're watching the protesters, but also have breaking news on the 2 Atlanta police officers who were arrested for excessive force against 2 college students who were protesting.
Shania, the protesters just started chanting, so I was having a hard time hearing any questions you might have asked. So before we get back to the question, I'll just kind of give you a scene setter of where we are here near Centennial Olympic Park. You're looking at the other side of the protesters. This is where Atlanta Police and the National Guard have been set up for the past several nights during these protests. When we first got out here, traffic was still going. I mean, the streets weren't closed down yet, and we did not see this amount of both police and National Guard set up the way that they are now. But again, also when we first came here, we didn't see this crowd either. There was not this amount of people that was here until maybe about 10 or 15 minutes ago when they came marching back up this way, and both groups, they came together and now they're chanting. You can hear them here, you can see their signs, and this is very similar to what we've been seeing the past several nights.
You know, what we're seeing, it's 7 o'clock at night. We're 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours away from the curfew that is set for the city of Atlanta. And Yasmina, I will say, compared to what we've seen, we're now on the 4th day of protesting, and even the arrests that we have seen so far of protesters have been civil, without any violence at all. And this crowd today has been, for the majority of the part, peaceful.
Yeah, that's right. What we've seen today, it has been peaceful. We've been seeing the peaceful protest. There's been nothing but that. I mean, just the crowds that have been walking around downtown Atlanta and coming here and they're chanting. And we've even seen some conversation between some of the protesters and Atlanta police. They're having conversations. They're talking, that dialogue. I keep mentioning earlier this evening, we saw the protesters ask Atlanta police to get down on one knee, and they did, and that was a really powerful moment as well. So, like you said, I mean, we're seeing the peaceful protest here tonight.
And then also, as we're watching what is really a peaceful protest, it wasn't a few days ago, and you do have that breaking news on the 2 officers, at least their history with the department, that were fired by Chief Shields and Mayor Bottoms.
Yeah, so tonight we did get some new information on those 2 officers, Atlanta police officers, that were fired for the use of excessive force. Some of that information, including one of the investigators, Investigator Gardner, he had 3 unnecessary force complaints that were filed, one by someone in the department and the other 2 by citizens. As for Investigator Streeter, he had 1 unnecessary force complaint, which was not sustained. And for Investigator Gardner, the department ruled them not sustained as well, meaning there just wasn't enough evidence to sustain those complaints. So we're looking more into the background of these 2 officers, and we'll bring you that as we learn it.
You know, and also, Yasmina, as you look into the backgrounds of those officers, the 2 students who were arrested held a press conference at Morehouse University, or Morehouse College, rather, and the students made, at least from their vantage point, they gave a lot of information, including the fact that they were never even protesting. In fact, they were trying to go home. But the president has returned to the podium at the Rose Garden. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Hey, Bob.
What are your thoughts right now?
White House.
Thoughts right now?
We have a great country. That's my thoughts. Greatest country in the world. Great. We'll make it even greater. And it won't take long. It's not going to take long. You see what's going on. It's coming back. It's coming back strong. It'll be greater than ever before.
You brother a step further, inflaming tensions by using the military, Mr. President? Are you prepared to use the president against?
As we're watching this, it appears that the president is taking questions from the media. He appeared to be holding a Bible, outside of a church. At least it appears to be. We'll try to get clear. We'll try to clarify. There he is again. It looks like it is a church that's been boarded up. He's taking questions from the press. Let's listen in.
Hard to hear the president right now, who, as we have learned, is on hand visiting a church damaged by protesters in Washington, D.C. The president spoke a little after 6:30 here, so within the last half hour or so. It was brief comments. He read mostly off of teleprompter. He did not answer reporter questions here. So we were surprised again to see the president out here tonight, but visiting a church damaged by the protest. The president did announce a mandatory 7 o'clock curfew in Washington, D.C., so that is in effect currently. If you're joining us right now as we kind of recap here, moving on through the 7 o'clock hour, that is the president to the right of your screen. You're looking at live protests to the left of your screen here in Atlanta. This is day 4 of the protest. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has issued a 9 o'clock curfew in effect tonight, so we are counting down to that. Typically, as we've seen, daytime protests have been more peaceful as we near that curfew. That's certainly where we've seen tensions escalate, and the president spoke momentarily ago, speaking about National Guard in force across the country. We do have them set up here across Metro Atlanta, and we are continuing to cover not only the presence of law enforcement, but also the growing crowds here. It started small, it started dispersed. There are thousands out and about. Brittany Edney has been following one of those protest groups walking along North Avenue. Brittany, where are you right now, and how are things where you stand?
Well, Alicia, in total today, my photographer and I, we have gone with protesters on about a 5-mile walk circling both downtown and midtown area. Right now, I'm across from Centennial Park and also the Skyview, and you might recognize this scene from last night. So this blue fence and partition that you're looking at right now, that is what was torn down last night as protesters used it as a way to create a barricade between themselves and also law enforcement here last night to keep them from pushing forward to control the crowd as that 9 p.m. curfew hit last night. This is where they came to gather rocks and other debris and things that they could actually use to throw at law enforcement. So today, and I do want to point out, we left here at midnight last night, so sometime between midnight and this afternoon, this fencing went back up to taper off this construction site, likely so that people couldn't come back here again and start using those rocks and debris and materials to try and hurt officers. Another development that just happened right here along Lucky Street and Centennial, you'll see those two motorcycle police officers. They just went and put up those orange barriers to kind of block off traffic from coming down here further. Here along Lucky Street, that is where we were last night when we started to see a lot of the law enforcement come together and sort of create a command center in this area. Alicia?
We'll take it from here. Thank you so much, Brittany Edney. We're going to go to Carolyn Ryan. And Carolyn, you are at a position where a vantage point where you're able to see. I spoke with sources within the law enforcement community, and you were looking at that top deck. That's where Atlanta's police department, the SWAT team, they're working as an overwatch on top of the parking deck at Cop Drive in Marietta to ensure the safety of protesters as well as all of law enforcement, trying to get these folks to go home by 9 p.m. when the curfew goes into effect.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. They've got eyes up on top, aerials with binoculars, so they're keeping an eye from that vantage point. It's a great vantage point to have, just to being able to see how anything pops up, they can communicate with the guys on the ground, because obviously this is what they're trying to prevent. Remember this Friday night? I mean, this is where we saw so much of that violence occur. This is, again, right at the restaurant McCormick's and Schmidt, right at the CNN Center. Still, as I've been out here doing live shots, I've heard intermittently glass still falling, had not been repaired yet, still taped off. And, you know, President Trump alluded to that just a few minutes ago in the Rose Garden, saying this is a law and order nation, and that is what we were founded on. And so he is encouraging governors across the country to bring in their National Guard troops, which Governor Kemp has done. 3,000 of them have been brought into the state of Georgia, that state of emergency being extended through next weekend. And you can see we've got three gentlemen right here kind of keeping guard. We're going to try to see if we can't squeeze right by him here. Excuse us, guys. And you can see again the crowd of folks joined together right here in the middle of the intersection, and just beyond them is that line of law enforcement. You've got bike cops, you've got National Guard, you've got armored vehicles, layer upon layer. We've seen law enforcement patrolling the streets. We've got a helicopter above, so they are keeping a close watch on what is going on here and making sure.
I think we lost your shot, Carolyn, but as she was mentioning, the crowds have begun to swell, but it has remained peaceful. And Yasmina Alston is at another vantage point where you have seen the crowds swell where you are, but it is still peaceful.
Yeah, we have seen crowds appear, and within the last 5 minutes or so, it's gotten pretty intense here. We've seen on the police side, they have switched out who is at the front of the line as far as the law enforcement side, and we're seeing some exchanges here between some of the protesters and maybe at police. I'm not really sure. I can't see from over here, but again, the crowds in front of Centennial Olympic Park have gotten bigger. Now, it looks like if we go to the right, it looks like some of the crowd is leaving. They are walking the other way. I'm not sure which direction they are headed or what the end goal is, but if we look down this way, we can see that there's an even bigger crowd that is marching away from Centennial Olympic Park. So we've got a crowd here, but we've got an even bigger one that is now leaving the area. But again, like you said, everything has been peaceful.
Okay, Yasmina Alston, we'll come back to you. The president, let's go back. The last time we saw him, he was at St. John's Church. That's the Church of the Presidents. It's directly across the street from the White House. The president is now beginning to walk back to the White House. He had a Bible in hand. When he held his press conference, he just literally gave his speech and declined to speak to any of the reporters there to clarify any of his statements. But again, he has set a 7 p.m. curfew for Washington, D.C. and says anyone who does not obey and go home will be arrested, charged, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But when it comes to the entire nation, as we here in Atlanta deal with a fourth day of protesting in many other cities, including Minneapolis, where what sparked this was the death of George Floyd. They've been dealing with this for days, and it has been disturbingly violent. The president called those individuals that were burning property and destroying infrastructure, he called them terrorists, and he said effective immediately today. The president has strongly urged every governor, including ours here in Georgia, to use the deployment of National Guard to the point where, quote, we dominate the streets. He added, the president said, if the states refuse or local governments refuse, the president says he will deploy the United States military and, quote, solve it for them. However, there are critics already appearing on Twitter and also some articles are beginning to post nationwide saying that the president does not have the authority to do so, but we will certainly find out. We are 2 hours away from the curfew here in Atlanta. It starts at 9 o'clock, and Alicia, for the most part, all of the protests that we have seen have been peaceful.
And that has been the good news today, Sean. Certainly, as we have monitored it, you've been on the front lines as well, covering this since Friday afternoon. As we move to the later hours, as we move to the start of that curfew, 9 o'clock here in Metro Atlanta, that is where we have seen tensions escalate. Now, certainly within the last 48 hours, we've seen the law enforcement community step up in terms of numbers. Last night we saw DNR officials on ATVs. Tonight we see National Guard troops out in full force. That has been the effort across the nation. We've seen National Guard members out there. They're hoping to quell any potential violence before it happens and keep those protests peaceful to make sure that the message remains. And certainly we've seen so many poignant moments throughout today. Jared, if you can give me that name again too, I want to make sure we're going to the right spot This is a fast. Carolyn Ryan.
Let's go to
okay. Carolyn Ryan with us downtown as some of those protesters have gathered. Carolyn, what's the latest where you are?
Hey guys, I want to give you a different vantage point. So we kind of snuck in here behind where the line of officers are. So if you look out this way, you can see several line deep of Atlanta police officers, and then in front of them are where the protesters are starting to slowly kind of come up and approach the officers, and some of them just trying to speak with them, have conversations with them. Some of them are being a little bit more aggressive, getting up in their face. I don't know if you're zoned in on that lady in white there, Steve, kind of speaking kind of close to some of these officers, raising her voice a little bit. They're just kind of standing firm and not really flinching and just kind of standing strong. So there's probably about, I would guess, maybe 35 or 40 officers wide, and then there are several lines deep. And so if you pull out a little bit further, you can see, so here's all the officers here, and then we come back, and then behind them, several rows deep of National Guard troops. They've got plastic barriers there, helmets, just kind of standing in wait, calmly, just kind of standing. And then if we look another layer deep, you can see armored vehicles there all the way lining that street up past CNN towards the arena up there. And then we've shown you a couple of times, if we pan up, you can see the guys, the National Guard troops up on the parking deck of the arena there. And if we pan down here, so you can kind of just see everybody's just kind of, it's circular. So behind there, Hudson Grill, we've got protesters kind of just kind of watching, just seeing what's going on, a lot of looky-loos. And then the crowd has really swelled in the last hour or so. So you can see folks all the way down Marietta Street in the intersection, down towards the Ferris wheel, and to the other direction as well. So I want to pan back up here, Steve, if we can walk back up a little bit further in here, and you can see if we can get another vantage point. Some of these protesters are getting awfully close here to that front line of officers. So we're getting this kind of vantage point to see if we can kind of hear some of it getting awfully close to that space. I'm not quite sure what the goal is. Some just standing silently, others kind of getting in their face. But so far, nobody has had or triggered any sort of action that's been alarming. But it definitely feels intense when when somebody's in your space and in your face. And so that is kind of how the day is progressing now. At first, when we first got here, the police were lined up just like this on this side of the street. All the protesters were on the other side of the street, and they tried to keep Marietta open for traffic. Now that is no longer the case. So you can see just behind here, if we look up past the traffic light, a City of Atlanta curfew continues 9 p.m. to sunrise. It is now 7:22. We do know that President Trump obviously encouraged strongly for folks to obey the curfew, and he has set a nationwide curfew in addition to the independent mayors and governors who have done so, and they plan on enforcing that curfew. I saw a tweet just a few moments ago from the Atlanta Police Department saying they will be enforcing the 9 p.m. curfew, and I'll read it verbatim here. That tweet saying the City of Atlanta has imposed a curfew again this evening to begin at 9 p.m. Atlanta police officers will be enforcing the curfew. It is important to note that people who are traveling to and from work or who are engaged in work activities are not subject to arrest. So to me, that means if you are out past 9 p.m., you may be arrested.
You know, Carolyn, we're looking at the images on the left side of the screen, where earlier today we saw police officers without the helmets, the riot gear, the shields. We're starting to see something that we saw happen both yesterday and the day before when the Atlanta PD starts to line up. I want to warn you that as it gets closer to that 9 p.m. curfew, what we have seen, history has a tendency to repeat itself. But once the clock struck 9, the tear gas started hitting the streets.
Yes, Sean, and we actually, as you were just asking that question, a nice officer walked behind me and just gave us a warning and said, hey, please be careful, watch your back, because in case people start throwing projectiles. So clearly he said that speaking from experience, that at this point, as you mentioned, Sean, as the night kind of rolls along here, that all it takes, as we know, is one bad actor to agitate the crowd. And if one person decides that tension has reached a point in which something can be thrown, and then other people obviously engage and react to that agitation. So that is, you could feel it. It's an energy, and I certainly feel it. This is my first kind of night out in the thick of it, day 4 of these protests, and I can feel the switch of energy, if that makes sense, just from when we were out here 10 minutes ago.
Carolyn, it does make sense. We're going to go to Astrid Martinez. And Astrid, you know, at the position where Brittany Etney was today, and also Carolyn, we've seen some egregious things done to police officers, bottles of water thrown at them, and one even got spat in the face live on TV. But where you are, it's been a whole lot more peaceful.
Absolutely. It's actually been a powerful demonstration of unity. The way it started for me this afternoon was actually right here in this corner. I was at the front lines where police officers, law enforcement, and demonstrators walked up to them, and they met each other, and they started a conversation and dialogue, which is what they wanted, and they knelt together for over 2 minutes. They wanted to do that time specifically because that was the amount of time that ex-officer in Minneapolis dug his knee into the lifeless body of George Floyd. And after they knelt, some of them stayed praying, some of them hugged, they fist bumped. And then the protesters moved away from the middle of the street back to this corner. That was earlier. And then all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, that crowd grew in size tremendously. Still obviously on message, remembering George Floyd, remembering the injustices, trying to, talk about racial injustice and societal issues. And once that crowd grew in size and they got their message and they started, communicating which way they were going to go, it just, dispersed, and they started almost like a 7-mile walk around all of downtown area. And when we were walking, we saw signs on top of hotels that had the hashtag George Floyd. We saw families of all different, backgrounds, ages, and male, female. It was a beautiful display of unity, very different from what I've seen in some of the nights that we've been here, because when it gets dark out, it really can get ugly really fast. Right now at this moment, it's still light. Like you said, pretty soon we have that curfew that is supposed to take effect. I've spoken to some demonstrators, and they'll tell me that they do want to go home. Some telling me that they're not, and some saying it just depends on how the evening goes. So that's why we'll be out here too. We saw the National Guard. They're going to be here all night, making sure that curfew is enacted. Right now they're behind the gates here at Centennial Park. There's also, they're all spread out throughout the city. But I do want to end on one note with this sign here that is a very friendly and big reminder to the city of Atlanta and the people who are out here tonight that the curfew will continue from 9 p.m. until sunrise. If protesters are out here and we see, that force that has continued to increase from law enforcement, we will see them, enact it. And that has been throughout the evenings by way of tear gas and making sure that, they move away from this area and disperse peacefully. For now, we're going to stay here with the protesters and with law enforcement. Reporting from downtown Atlanta, Astrid Martinez, CBS 46 News.
Yeah, thank you so much, Astrid. Let's go to Yasmina Alston for a quick wrap-up of how things are developing there. We're seeing more of a defensive posture, Yasmina, on the police department from Atlanta, where they were just first in just uniform, and now we're beginning to see them with their helmets on, the masks, and also a defensive posture with the riot gear. We are about an hour and a half away from the curfew. We are going to continue to monitoring this, and of course we'll have the very latest. Make sure you download the CBS 46 streaming app. We're covering all aspects of what's happening here in Atlanta and also across the country. Have a good night. We are continuing our coverage of the 4th day of protest here in Atlanta, and we are about an hour and a half away from the 9 p.m. curfew that was instituted by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms for the 3rd straight day. We are starting to see a more defensive posture of our Atlanta Police Department. Earlier in the day, when the protests have, for the most part, been peaceful, we've seen dozens of arrests, but the officers were just in their normal uniform. But as we get closer to the curfew, we are seeing a more defensive posture with the full riot gear, with the helmets, the shields, the sort of riot wear that the officers wear to protect themselves, and a heavy presence of the National Guard. Yasmina Alston, tell us where you are, and protesters, they've told you that at 9 o'clock they plan to go home.
I have no weapon. I have no weapon. I got nothing on me.
Yeah, Sean, what I'm seeing here is the front of the protesters and the front line of the protesters, as well as the front line of law enforcement. I mean, there's been a lot of emotion here within maybe the last 20 minutes or so. I've even seen some of the protesters who had tears in their eyes as they were, sharing their message and asking some of the police officers to read their signs and to hear what they were saying and to hear what their overall message was. What I'm seeing out here, though, is that it seems like there are a couple of different groups of protesters. We've got this group that we just saw standing over here, and then I saw another group that I believe I overheard them say they were headed to the Capitol next, and they marched away from this area. But like we've been saying, it's been peaceful. I mean, it's been the protesters sharing their message and holding up their signs. There was even music here at one point, and again, a lot of emotion.
And we're going to let you continue to monitor what is happening where your location is, Yasmina. And let's go to Barmel Lyons. She started with a group from the King Center, and they have been marching. I believe by now, Barmel, you have now approached that larger group that's outside of Centennial Park.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. I mean, check it out. We're here right in front of the CNN building now. Remember, earlier this weekend, it was a very crazy scene out here. Hopefully it doesn't get that intense, but you can see a young man speaking to the officer right now. He's basically saying, listen to him for a second.
You hurt them. You hurt your brothers and your sisters. You hurt your mother. You hurt your grandmother.
Right now, they're just standing, listening. I mean, we're seeing everyone out here at this point in time. It's getting more and more packed, actually. We did see for the peaceful protest, they went back to the start of where they began to their vehicles. But it seems that some people, despite the time in which this is supposed to end, are still out here. You can see shields up, APD standing, ready. Now, one thing I do want to note, we're seeing people from all walks of life out here supporting for one cause. I mean, as the time starts approaching, 9 p.m. is the curfew time. We're trying to get through this crowd right now just to show you what's happening.
As the tension starts to feel like it's getting thicker in the air, we're looking to the right of our screen, what the city of Atlanta has used as a reminder, so there is no excuse to say you did not know, positioned from almost every vantage point where protesters have been walking today, a digital reminder on those billboards that there is a 9 p.m. curfew. Yet it's 7:33, still time for folks to get home, still time to not have to face Atlanta police force, who have made it very clear that they will enforce the curfew. And as we have seen over the last 2 nights, later in the day, we begin to see the police officers in the riot gear.
And this is similar to what we saw last night, Sean. If you're looking to the left of your screen, that is a protester now pretty close to the front lines there of where officers are. And unfortunately, this has kind of been the pattern over the last few nights. Tensions, emotions seem to escalate as the night progresses on. You can see the riot gear officers now with their helmets on, with their shields out. There have been smaller protests that started earlier today. We covered one at noon in Marietta. Those smaller groups have really converged across the city. What started out as hundreds of people is now literally thousands. We've seen a diverse crowd of gatherers. We've seen some little toddlers walking with their families essentially down the streets, making their way, making sure that their voices are heard. Overall, most of the day has been very peaceful. Again, that curfew in effect at 9 o'clock. Do want to remind you, if you have someone that is at those protests, MARTA is suspending service as well to adhere to that curfew. So you'll want to give him or her a heads up there, because they'll be shutting down bus and rail service as well with that 9 o'clock curfew. So we don't want anyone to get stranded. As you can see, National Guard and law enforcement soldiers really in those formations. They have been kind of surrounding the crowds, creating those perimeters. And eventually, as we get closer to that 9 o'clock hour, that is when we've really seen them start to march toward the protesters, really in an effort to disperse the crowd. We've seen that tear gas happen for the last several nights as well. A couple of other developments that have happened today. We just heard from President Trump just before 7 o'clock. He has reinforced the need for National Guard troops to stay in cities where protest continues, and specifically to handle the violent side of the protest that he has seen and that we have seen, with images coming out not just only here in Atlanta but really across the nation. To use the president's words, he called that those National Guard soldiers and armed uniformed patrol officers will, quote unquote, dominate the streets. Again, looking live at the crowds gathering, it has been mostly peaceful for today. Mayor Bottom saying she does support the peaceful protest. We are hopeful that the peace continues as we move across to the curfew hour. Also developing today, we heard a really powerful interview from the 2 students that were tased late Saturday night into the overnight Sunday hours. The woman involved, her name Tanaya Pilgrim, she called what happened to her, quote unquote, disgusting. She said it was still something that she is not over right now. They want change. They want change in policy. They want change in procedures right now. And that is what these demonstrators are out in force today. On this day 4 of protests, we've been talking about the stamina here of these protesters. They're literally marching miles and miles in heat without provisions here. Their safety not guaranteed. And by the way, we are still technically dealing with the coronavirus pandemic as well. So safety not guaranteed from a physical perspective, from a potential virus perspective here, but they want to be out. They want to make sure their voice is heard. They want to make sure that the message, that their voices, that the change is not dimmed.
And as we are monitoring what is happening outside of Washington, D.C., the president did institute a 7 p.m. curfew and said that any individual that is outside of the White House or in the streets of D.C. after 7 p.m., which is we're now 36 minutes past, he said they'll be arrested, charged, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We have just learned from our partner at CNN that tear gas has been deployed in D.C. near the White House. There are attempts right now to restore law and order as peaceful protesters. They are working hard to disperse them. We are watching closely, monitoring what will happen in Atlanta. We have seen police officers deploy tear gas to citizens, some saying that they weren't even participating in the protests. And we're talking in particular to those 2 HBCU students from Atlanta who were arrested. They gave a powerful press conference earlier today that you just mentioned, Alicia, and we heard comments from both Messiah Young and Tanaya Pilgrim. And in part of their comments, Tanaya Pilgrim and Messiah Young both say that they weren't even participating in the protest. They were trying to get home. They didn't know about the 9 p.m. curfew on day 1 because they had an out-of-state cell phone, so they didn't get the alert sent to their phone. They were just trying to simply drive home and were caught in traffic. They gave some powerful insight concerning from their vantage point what they experienced. And one of them is that according to the attorneys who represent these students now against the Atlanta Police Department, they say that the students were in fact using cell phone video as they were trying to leave. We're using cell phone video to try to capture images of alleged excessive force by police officers on one of their friends who was another student. And as the police told them to leave, the attorneys for these students claims that those students were targeted by Atlanta police officers, told to stop, and then found themselves arrested themselves. And the video that you saw with Yasmina Alston has since gone viral, and those 2 officers have been fired. 3 others have been disciplined. But some of the comments from Tanaya Pilgrim, she says that one of the officers told her that he was going to shoot them. After all of the trauma, she felt like she was going to die in the car. She went on to say that, Messiah Young went on to say that this is one of the hardest things that he's ever experienced in his life. but he addressed how the HBCU community in Atlanta during his arrest and tasing by Atlanta police that he said, quote, "In this time of injustice, it feels good to know that I have a support system that understands the severity of this." There were allegations by those attorneys that says that Atlanta police are being too forceful. We're hearing a message from those attorneys, yet on the other hand, we heard a message from the president as he addressed the nation that he told governors across the country that their response to protesters who were violent and creating damage, he said that they were too weak. And now President Trump has made effective today that he has strongly urged every governor across the nation, including here in Georgia, to deploy the National Guard to whatever point that they need to dominate the streets. And that if the states refuse, the president says he will deploy the United States military and, quote, "I will solve it for them." So it is 7:40. We've heard some protesters from our reporters say that they plan to leave the city of Atlanta and go home before the 9 o'clock curfew. But we've also heard that there are some who say they won't leave. And so the question is, will we see this dominant force presence and a force of law enforcement against the residents who are here demonstrating for what has been today mostly peaceful? We have seen some egregious acts against some of our police officers, and yet even despite that, they have shown great restraint. We have seen officers live on TV have bottles thrown at them, agitated on purpose by protesters yelling angrily in their faces, and they don't respond. But I think the worst that I've seen today, the absolute worst way to show anyone disrespect, is a protester spat in an officer's face live on TV. And to see that officer not recoil, react angrily, just simply took that protester arms behind their back with the zip tie, and was taken to get processed to go to jail.
Yeah, Sean, and I think what's moved us throughout the day is, and actually here in Atlanta, and this has been a nationwide effort here. You're looking live, first of all, from Chapter 46, and then to the left, what looks to be a little bit more of a frantic situation as those protesters are getting closer to the front lines of those law enforcement officers here. But for most of the day, and this was something that happened across the nation there, we saw police officers and protesters kneeling in unity together, and that has been powerful. As you're looking live right now at the thousands that are gathering right now. Jared, if you can tell me where that shot is again from at the King Center. Okay, gathering. That is where one of the protest groups organized earlier today and marched to Centennial Olympic Park. And right now, you can see the protesters really getting very close to the front lines of those officers, now armed with riot gear. We saw the sticks out again. We do expect to see tear gas used tonight as we get closer to that 9 o'clock hour. It's usually a few minutes before that curfew goes into effect. We've seen the riot officers really kind of impress upon the protesters, move forward to them, really try to disperse the crowds. I have to say, I was here last night covering this live. These crowds may be larger than what we saw this time last night. I think a lot of people took heed to the curfew. It had been the second night last night. These crowds seem to be potentially larger. They have been moving throughout the day today, so it'll be interesting to see as the night progresses on how many adhere to the curfew and head home before that 9 o'clock effort happens. We are continuing our coverage here right now. We heard from one of the two students tased Saturday night, early Sunday morning, Tanaya Pilgrim, saying it was the most traumatic event that ever has happened. But she can't stop thinking about what if cameras weren't there. That was her direct quote. She can't stop thinking about what if cameras were not there. And a lot of this change that we are seeing today is the result that cameras are rolling when these incidents are happening right now. And we think it's important to make sure that we continue to roll on all sides of what the demonstrations look like here in Metro Atlanta. The scene may be relatively calm right now, but we know that that can change very quickly as well. And again, just to set the stage, this is happening right now across the U.S. Many cities already in curfew effect. Los Angeles has a 6 o'clock curfew. They're 3 hours behind us here. So this is something that is playing out across major cities across our nation.
And Atlanta police, they did release information regarding the total amount of arrests that they've made on these protests starting from Friday until, this ranges from Friday until Sunday. On Friday, there were 77 arrests. Saturday, 157. Sunday, there were 64. We don't have totals for today, but we did see dozens of people that were really protesting peacefully were still arrested outside of City Hall. Many of them, actually all of them, have left that area, and they have now congregated into two locations that we're showing here on TV. To your right, this is outside the Martin Luther King Memorial site, and then to the left of your screen, this is outside of Centennial Park. Centennial Park appears to have a much more heavy police presence. Police are now in their riot gear. We see, if you look at their waist and you see those white little straps on their sides, those are those, what, for lack of better words, the zip locks that are used once they decide that they're going to arrest someone. Those are used to pin your arms behind your back. The goal from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and the chief of police here, Erica Shields, is that they did not want to deny anyone the right to protest. They encourage that. It's your First Amendment right to do so. The problem came when it became too violent, and at that point when the chief said in her press conference on Saturday evening that at that point they were going to take a zero tolerance approach because lawlessness will no longer be accepted, and they wanted the streets of Atlanta to be safe for both its residents, its business owners, and for the residents, and for the people, the protesters who are participating. At this point, it has been an incredible peaceful protest. We have seen some very poignant moments where Atlanta police officers have joined in solidarity with the officers, taking a knee and praying with protesters that tonight would be peaceful. Our reporters who are on the field, we have them spanned out across all of this area, and they've spoken to individuals who are participating in today's protest. We've seen young and old. The youngest that I have seen, there's a little bit of chaos happening to the left. Do we have a reporter at the scene so we can find out exactly what is going on? We'd heard with Barmel earlier when she was walking with the crowd. It's almost psychology of a person that once you see one person running, everyone starts running.
That might be tear gas.
That may be tear gas.
Yeah.
They are starting to deploy tear gas. And from our reporters who are in the field, on the first couple of nights where the police were letting tear gas and deploying it, it seemed like a commercial grade. But from what I am hearing from intel out on the streets is what they are deploying now is military grade tear gas. And it is painful. If you have a loved one that's out there, by 9 o'clock, I implore you to tell them to go home, because military grade tear gas will burn your eyes. It can make you actually vomit. That's how powerful it is. It has a burning sensation to the chest, makes it very difficult to breathe. And that's why when you see police disperse that tear gas, that's why the crowds flee so quickly, because you are desperate for fresh air. But again, the situation where we've seen the fireworks and the tear gas deployed, that is outside of Centennial Park, where there is a heavy presence of Atlanta police officers in riot gear, lined up one by one at the outside several perimeters of Centennial Park. We also have Atlanta Police Department SWAT. They are acting as an overwatch on top of the parking deck at Cop Drive and Marietta, where Carolyn Ryan was. There is a commitment to the city tonight where the chief said there will be arrests. And if you do not obey the curfew, they plan to enforce it. It is now 7:48 in the evening. The crowd on the right, if this is the crowd that Barmel Lyons had originally protested with, they said they were going to march from Martin Luther King's memorial site to Centennial Park and then come back before 9 o'clock so they could all get home to abide by the curfew that Keisha Lance Bottoms, our mayor, has instituted. If that's the case, they are walking pretty quick, and it seems to be pretty organized, all in the same direction. That wherever they're going, if this is the same crowd, they are heading to wherever their parked cars are so they can go home or possibly catch MARTA. Because as you mentioned, Alicia, MARTA also will be shutting down.
Shutting down at 9 o'clock to adhere to the citywide curfew there. And as you look to the left, there are some protesters now running. As you can see, some tear gas being thrown into the crowds there. a bit of a chaotic scene here, but this is how quickly things change. And this is why we're monitoring the situation so closely, because it can go from peaceful to chaotic in just a few seconds there. And our crews obviously want to maintain their safety first. Let's go back to that shot of Atlanta police right now. You can see they have the helmets on. They have the metal, the plastic guards, I should say, in front of their faces to make sure they are protected from the tear gas. What we saw last night, again, and I know this has happened across the weekend, but last night, it seemed as though the protesters were a little bit closer to the front lines when the police would throw the tear gas. Many were there kind of armed themselves with backpacks, with guards for their faces, and they were actually kicking or throwing that tear gas back onto the officers. So it does get very dicey very quickly. What we also saw from Atlanta police around this time last night, as we were kind of near the 9 o'clock hours, that they started to really hand out those zip ties, if you call them. I've heard them called flex cuffs, essentially, for people that would be apprehended. And we saw most of the officers with, several on their pockets, noting that potentially they'd have to arrest and detain, many protesters at a very quick pace there. And that looks to be a lot of the soldiers in formation there, the troops in formation, if that's National Guard and/or Atlanta Police. We also saw natural resources officers on ATVs that were scouring the city last night to maintain police. Bottom line right now, again, as we are about an hour and 10 minutes to the approach of the curfew, law enforcement is readying for what they expect to be some sort of clash with protesters. Sean, you said it. If history repeats itself, that is something we should expect for tonight. It doesn't seem like law enforcement taking any chances right now. Everyone is to be home at 9 o'clock. They have a no tolerance policy. We saw that last night. And very quickly it went from protesters, gathering peacefully to that changing and dispersing quickly. We are hoping that it doesn't escalate to more than that tonight. And continue to maintain the peace of what really was a pretty powerful day. Sean, you mentioned those protesters and police officers kneeling in solidarity. We actually saw one gentleman who was walking around with a Colin Kaepernick jersey in the protest crowd here, and certainly Colin Kaepernick, one of the first very vocally, very publicly to take the knee in protest of police brutality. How much has changed in our world since that first developed now several years ago. But those protesters out in force, this is day 4 of the protest here across Metro Atlanta, making sure their voices are not heard. And again, as you look to the left of that shot, that is a similar scene as those protesters get very, very close to the front lines with officers right now and continuing to make sure that their voices are heard, despite the fact that the day is waning in terms of the citywide curfew in effect.
We have an entire team of reporters that are scattered throughout Metro Atlanta, downtown Atlanta, I should say. And we have Yasmina Alston, who has been outside of the CNN Center, where some of the protesters are starting to reassemble there. That was also the original site where the violence originally broke out, and the CNN Center suffered a tremendous loss in terms of the defacing of their property and the breaking out their windows. Barmel Lyons is at the King Center Memorial site. She was walking with those protesters, which it appears, if it is that group, they are starting to return back to their cars and assumably go home because they made a commitment to both the organizers and to the police department that they wanted to have a peaceful protest, and they condemned anyone who wanted to join and create chaos, that they were not welcome. Carolyn Ryan is outside of Centennial Park, where there's Atlanta SWAT that's peered above onto the parking deck to get a vantage point to possibly be able to communicate to other officers to quell any potential hotspots amongst that group. And then we also have Astrid Martinez, who has been walking with a group of protesters. For the most part, for her group, has been very peaceful in Atlanta and have been very effective at getting their message on the memory of George Floyd and fighting for equality and trying to eradicate racism. So if you're just joining us, you're looking at the right hand of your screen. This is where it appears that a lot of Atlanta police have started to create a line, a perimeter to block any of these individuals from getting past this line. I'm not quite sure where they are located, but it is very clear that in Atlanta, this street is closed. There is no traffic. Is that City Hall? I believe that is. So outside of City Hall, they have shut down the streets outside of City Hall. There are no protesters who are walking anywhere near this perimeter. That appears to be both National Guardsmen there as well as Atlanta police officers. And just a reminder, the city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, is under a state of emergency. Governor Brian Kemp has dispatched 3,000 National Guardsmen across the state, including many of them right here in Atlanta right now, to squash any potential pockets of violence. It will not be tolerated anymore. But Alicia, as we just saw with the press conference with President Trump, he took an even harsher approach, calling all of the governors who participated in his phone call earlier today and told them that their response was weak, and that he wanted to see a more dominant approach. In fact, in his press conference today, if you missed it, we'll rehash some of his comments that he made, but President Trump has literally said, effective immediately, that he is urging every governor to deploy National Guard to the point where they dominate the streets. That once the curfew goes into effect, whether you're peaceful or not, President Trump wants you arrested, charged, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. He also states that if states refuse to follow his order today, that he will deploy the United States military and, quote, I will solve it for them.
Inflammatory words from the president. He spoke just after 6:30 tonight, Sean. It was brief remarks. He did not answer any reporter questions. He did walk over to St. John's Church, a church that was damaged by protesters earlier over the weekend, I should say, and the president carrying a Bible during that. President has been very vocal on Twitter, although this is really the first time he spoke. And again, he did so off a teleprompter, which we don't always see the president speak to a script here. But he is enforcing the message right now, to your point a moment ago, Sean, that the streets will, quote unquote, be dominated, and that he says while he is an ally to peaceful protesters, he does not support the violence right now.
And I'm getting some intel from sources. This is not confirmed, but this is just what I have been told by police sources, that there has been a shooting on Edgewood Avenue. That is Killer Mike's barbershop that has been struck with rounds. We're going to send, we're going to have our sources and our news department actually start to inquire and send a crew over there to see if that is in fact the case. But this is unconfirmed information that I have gotten from a very good source from the Atlanta Police Department or in law enforcement. And again, just heard from the sources that there has been a shooting on Edgewood Avenue. That's Killer Mike's barbershop. It's been hit with rounds. And the update that I'm just getting now, that 2 have been shot at Hilliard Drive. They say that Killer Mike was not the target. But again, this is unconfirmed information. We are going to verify with the Atlanta Police Department. But I am getting it from intel and sources on the ground within law enforcement community, and there has been a shooting on Edgewood Avenue. That's Killer Mike's barbershop that has been struck with rounds, and 2 people have been shot.
Sean, those developments really coming in, and this is something that we have been thoughtful of throughout the day. We knew that there was a possibility that tensions could escalate. We heard from our live reporters on the scene. You really could kind of feel a shift after the 7 o'clock hour. What went from peaceful started to really be filled now with some more emotion. They used the words nervousness, tension, certainly something that we have seen. Again, to set the stage right now, if you are joining us here on this live stream, just a few minutes away from 8 o'clock, about an hour away from the start of the 9 o'clock curfew. This is the 3rd night of the curfew. Looking live now for Chopper 46. These are protests happening across Metro Atlanta, through downtown, near the City Hall, near Centennial Olympic Park. It started today very peacefully, actually very small. We weren't sure necessarily how big the crowds may get. It's a Monday. In theory, a lot of people could go back to work. A lot still may not because of the pandemic. But, you know, the work week is back in session, if you will. And despite that, though, turnout has really not waned. If anything, today's turnout may be larger than what we saw yesterday. Smaller groups, a few hundred people, started to converge, started to grow today, and now there are several thousand people that are out in force across downtown Atlanta, along with law enforcement that are working to maintain the peace. Again, Governor Kemp over the weekend mandating that 3,000 National Guard soldiers will be in place. They stayed overnight last night to maintain the peace. And what you're looking at now on the left-hand side, those are the soldiers, and we'll call them soldiers, but it's Atlanta Police, it's National Guard. We actually saw DNR, which is the Department of Natural Resource soldiers as well, or officers, I should call them, right now in formation. right now, and typically what they do is they form that circle formation. It's a strategy that you use if you have talked to law enforcement in a situation like that. They really try to circle the perimeter. They try to surround the protesters so that if anything gets out of hand, they are covering it on all sides. Right now, police standing back. Typically, though, in the last few nights, as we've kind of approached that 9 o'clock hour, we've started to see the police get closer to the protesters if the protesters are already not pretty close to the police officers. And that's where the tensions really continue to mount. So Keisha Lance Bottoms, the mayor right now, taking no risks. She wants the protest to maintain peace. And that is something that we are hopeful to see as the night progresses on. It has been a powerful day. We saw officers and protesters kneeling together at several demonstrations across Metro Atlanta, some laying down, obviously continuing to push the message of change and action. Something has got to change. We are fighting for our freedom. Those are some of the words we heard from demonstrators today. We have a team of reporters across Metro Atlanta covering all sides of this. Carolyn Ryan has been on the front lines for us today in downtown Atlanta. Carolyn, you've had a few moments to reset as the crowd has also continued to evolve, merge, move. Tell us where you're standing right now and what's it like behind you? Has it changed since we last talked to you?
Hi, Alicia. We are sandwiched in between the National Guard and the Atlanta Police. And just above, in front of the Atlanta Police, is a line of protesters. And they have slowly inched closer and closer and closer into the space of the Atlanta police officers. There's probably about 30 officers lined up shoulder to shoulder here, holding the line. They are chanting in the middle of that protest there. And I will say the tension feels like it is increasing. It just feels, you could just feel it in the energy, that it just feels like something's boiling. I'm seeing some American flags flying and a lot of signs. Some of the protesters are having really calm, constructive conversations with the officers, and then you'll see 2 or 3 folks down from them, somebody screaming in the officer's face. And if I can, Steve Franklin, my photographer, he's been out here for each of the nights, and he's seen and experienced how the night has progressed, and he has said that he feels like tonight's a little bit different. Steve, what's the difference tonight?
It just seems like it's a different group of people. It seems like it's a group of people that they're great, they're happy with being able to protest and have their voices, but now they really want to be heard. And it's
a lot of screaming and a lot of young folks, you said.
Yeah, and it hasn't been that way. There's been the joshing back and forth, but now it's like day 4. And are they tired of not really being heard, being allowed to do something? And right now they're at this point where you're not just going to let us do it, we're going to take it. And
I think so you're sensing that frustration too from the cops. They've been dealing with this for now. This is going on 4 nights.
Right, and I tell a lot of people this, and
yeah, and Steve's just a little bit choked up. I mean, he's been out here. He's been in the thick of it, going on now for the 4th night, and he's a range of emotion for all of us, certainly the protesters, for the police, and for everyone else out here too, including the media. So he senses it too, just a little bit of a different energy. But like I say, the National Guard is here as well for backup. Governor Kemp had called in 3,000 National Guard troops activated, and they are here, and they are standing the line, holding the line behind the Atlanta police officers, and behind them their armored vehicles. And so once that curfew comes, in 60 minutes from now, we are just kind of bracing to see what's going to happen next. It's anybody's guess, guys. Back to you.
Carolyn Ryan for us out there with photojournalist Steve Franklin on the front lines, and we want to thank you for your coverage. We talk about really how emotional it is for everyone involved, those watching it, those on the front lines, law enforcement, protesters. This is a situation that can't really not impact anyone. If you are following the news, this hits us all, no matter if you've been personally impacted or not. And Carolyn, to use her phrase, said tensions are boiling. We felt this. And we've also felt the stamina of the protesters. To Carolyn's point a moment ago, this is day 4 of the protest right now. Stamina has to be high for these protesters. They are not letting their message go unheard. Their safety has not been guaranteed during these protests as well. And we've seen that again tonight as these tensions continue to mount up. Barmel Lions has also been on the front lines for us all throughout the day. She's been marching with protesters. Your day started, Barmel, at the King Center here. And I know you just got the alert, I think that all of us did on our phone, about the 9 o'clock curfew.
Yeah, that's right. They put out a public safety alert saying 9 o'clock, the entire city needs to be home. Right now, I see some protesters going this way. And actually, we have someone here, Randy. He says he got tear gassed earlier, correct?
He dispersed it into the crowd. So, yeah, people were peacefully protesting. I believe they had like Tupac music on. And people was kind of dancing and just kind of releasing some stress. And all of a sudden, you seen one canister like, it literally projected from where the officers were to well over there, and people were running breakneck speed that way. So kind of disheartening. Obviously, they aren't interested in any type of protesting at this point, as it is just now 8:03. So,
are you going to make your way home since the curfew is just now around the corner?
Definitely. I'm probably going to get home around about 8:15. Just out here for change. We want it. No more conversation, just action.
Thank you, Randy. I appreciate it. You guys, they're starting to clear out one by one. They were actually laying on the ground. You can see some of them still laying on the ground in front of the Atlanta Police Department. Earlier, just near CNN, you could see the National Guard. I don't see them in the distance. Actually, they are. They're right behind Atlanta Police Department, ready just for if anyone is still here by the 9 p.m. mark. Now, throughout the day, it has been peaceful. It has been peaceful. People have been marching just for the one message, to get justice and their voice heard. You can see a bunch of people making their way back towards that area. But one thing I do want to note, you guys, this has been going on throughout the day. We're going to continue coverage on this. If anything does happen, we will make sure to keep you up to date.
Barmel Lyons for us. Good to see many of those demonstrators, many of those protesters touring around today, adhering to the 9 p.m. curfew. Not worth the safety risk, because we have seen it escalate right now. That one protester saying he had felt the tear gas, he had experienced it, and he just wants action right now. But his voice will carry on tomorrow when it is safe to do so. I want to go over now to Brittany Edney, who has also been on the front lines for us. Started the day at City Hall, where protests developed there. Brittany, I understand you just met up with a gentleman who was hit by a rubber bullet. What's the latest where you are right now?
Well, Alicia, right now I am at Marietta and Ted Turner, and the first group of protesters from Barmel's location outside the Capitol, where that tear gas was deployed, they are now starting to make their way back towards our original location, down towards Centennial Park. Joining me live right now is Abaz. He actually not only experienced the tear gas, but also show me where you got hit by a rubber bullet. Right, tell me what happened.
I got shot. I was just over there watching, and they just started shooting out of nowhere. They just started shooting. They did not scream on the intercom like, hey, you guys have to leave or something. No, they just started shooting at everybody.
What did that tear gas feel like when it hit you? You know, we were sprayed last night.
I was getting choked. I couldn't breathe. I was about to stop and faint, but I was like, I can't. They're going to beat me up if I stop there. So I just kept running with my eyes closed.
I see your face is wet. I see your face is wet. Did you get doused with milk or water?
It was water and baking soda they sprayed me down with.
Who did that?
It was some people that are helping.
Well, show me again your arm. What did that feel like? Was this the only rubber bullet that you got hit by?
That's the only one I got hit by, because I was turning around, that thing just hit me. And I just started running. And I was live, but I forgot I was live. I threw my phone in my pocket, started running, and I dropped my other phone.
What was kind of overall your reaction to how the police handled the situation of all the protesters outside the Capitol here this afternoon?
That was bad, because the people are just protesting. They're just standing there. As they don't have no weapons. There's nobody shooting at them. There's nobody trying to fight them. They see the news is out there. There's nobody fighting. There's so many cameras watching everything. Nobody did nothing. Out of nowhere, they just started shooting at everybody because somebody across the street on the parking lot was burning out. They started shooting at all the other people for no reason.
When you say burning out, do you mean like across the street someone was making a noise in a car?
Yeah, someone was across the street burning out in a car, and then that's what started. They were burning out in a car, and then they started shooting everybody for no reason. Like, we weren't doing nothing. It was them.
How big of a group is still down there, and where did that group kind of go to? Are they still heading back this way?
The group is running away. They're running everywhere. They're running away. They are pissed right now because they shouldn't have done that. They need to be with them. I think the cops need to be with them. The law needs to be with them because it's going to be bad if they don't.
What about?
They're shooting at people that are protesting.
Let me ask you this real quick.
They're tempting people to do like bad stuff, like.
Right now, we are 53 minutes away from the curfew. What do you plan on doing at 9 o'clock?
I'm going home. What else? Go home. That's it. Come back tomorrow.
But you continue want to come out to these types of protests even after what just happened to you physically?
I mean, yeah, that make me just want to come out more, because to show the other people that they brought the military out here and they got them telling people what to do. They got them over here attacking Americans. They're supposed to be fighting to protect Americans. They're over here fighting Americans, the same people. Like, they're just taking orders. They're not fighting. They don't fight for this country. They don't fight for nothing. They fight for that check. Because if they fought for this country or anything,
all right,
they would stand up right now.
All right, well, thank you very much. Again, he is part of the crew that are coming down from the Capitol after that tear gas and what he says were rubber bullets coming towards the crowd after some type of incident outside of the Capitol, now making their way back towards Centennial Park. We're going to continue to monitor the situation, but for now, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Well, the tension has escalated, and the response to by the police department has become more forceful. We are now 8:09 in the evening, and already rubber bullets are being shot. We've seen tear gas deployed. Carolyn, Ryan, you're at a situation where you said you also are starting to feel the tense energy that's amongst the crowd. Does it look like they are even attempting to disperse, or is it growing bigger?
Really no change. It's still the same situation if you come on up here. So the only thing we have seen change, Sean, is the behavior of some of the officers have changed a little bit. We've just seen some, it feels like something's going on, something's brewing. But if we kind of come up, like I've been telling you, so the protesters are coming face to face with some of these officers, and you can see like this right here in front of us having a calm conversation, a calm, constructive conversation. And those are the things we want to see. And just down you can see another young lady having a conversation calmly. But if you walk down a little bit further with me, Steve, down here is where we can like hear the crowds, and this is where it's a little bit more rowdy. Just behind here you can see there's some chants, and just it feels a little bit more aggressive down here. There's some shouting. You've got a guy in the middle, that Atlanta police officer, right in the thick of it. A lot of high emotions. You can hear them screaming in that officer's face. And that's just something you don't want to see, right? I mean, that's just a tense situation for anybody. When you're right here up in that person's face, they're not going to like that. So if you come down, we'll just kind of see what we see here. Some people just kind of standing there, not saying anything. And down here a little bit further, you've got a whole group of folks that are kneeling down with their hands up, not saying anything at all. So it's just a variety of different energies right now in the crowd, but it is a very large crowd, and you can see you've got the vantage point here behind the officers. This is what it looks like from their perspective, from their eyes on the front line, and what they're kind of prepping for. And you just don't know. You just don't know how it's going to end up, but you can see again all the people here kneeling. It's a powerful image. Some of them have signs up in the air. Some of them have organized chants down here towards the end. I'd say probably a few hundred people are here, all just kind of clustered together, very, very, very close quarters on the other side of those officers. A lot of people, again, very, very close. And I'm just going to let you guys listen for a second. You can see that officer engaging in a really intense conversation. Some cheering's breaking out down here. Let's see. I'm going to walk down this way. And we got fist bumps down here. I'm going to see if Steve can follow me down here. Something's going on down here. Got some officers kind of cheering, fist bumping. I don't know what happened. Okay, all the officers are taking a knee here. ATL. They're chanting ATL.
Carolyn, this is a powerful image for those who were afraid that there would be a clash between protesters and police, and for the police to bow in solidarity with their message of Black Lives Matter and for equality with the justice system and against police brutality. This image here is the one that we hope will be shared and gone viral versus the violence.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I have goosebumps right now, really watching all of this in solidarity, and to see them cheer for the cops. I mean, what a change in energy. You see how quickly it changes on a dime. Just a few minutes ago, it was feeling tense, and then a few people down, 10, 12 people down, all of a sudden cheers started breaking out. It is such an interesting dynamic to experience and to see how quickly the energy changes. Take a knee. Now they're chanting, take a knee. And some of these officers are indeed taking a knee with them in solidarity.
And Carolyn, these police officers may be taking the lead from their leadership with Police Chief Erica Shields. She made a video that she posted on YouTube, and she also she went and immersed herself in the crowd on day one of the protests and spoke about what happened in Minneapolis with George Floyd's death at the hands of a police officer, and called him an SOB, and said that Black men should be listened to. The voice of the unheard needs to be heard. It seems that they're following her leadership.
Yes, it sure does. And it's so interesting, Sean, too, to see when you've got one person who's just jacked up and angry and yelling in their face, it kind of makes the people around them, it kind of is infectious a little bit, right? You start to come up to that person's energy, but then it takes a leader a few steps down to say, you know, they do the opposite, and they're having a calm conversation, and they're fist bumping with an officer, and then other people see that, and then that spreads. And so it's just so fascinating to watch just how the energy levels shift, and how there's certain people in the crowd that are stepping up to be leaders and to be positive and to really to spread that message. And then, you know, there's always the other side as well. So it'll be interesting to see how kind of this ebbs and flows, but we do know, Sean, it is 8:15 right now. We are 45 minutes away of that curfew going into effect, and we do know that that tear gas has already been deployed in other parts of the city, and so we're kind of on edge here. We're kind of on pins and needles. If these folks don't disperse in 45 minutes, what is this scene going to look like?
You know, and Carolyn, they really, for any individual who is right there at that position where you are, they have no excuse to say they were not aware of the curfew, because behind you is that big, huge electronic billboard that makes it very clear that there is a 9 p.m. curfew, that we're on the third day in a row, and that the curfew continues.
Yeah, it's true, Sean. And the other thing that's really fascinating about the vantage point that we have right now is that if you look back here, you see a sea of law enforcement officers. And on the other side, we've been showing you the crowd of the protesters. Well, they are equally matched here in Centennial Park. There are as many law enforcement officers as there are protesters. And so if something were to happen, if there's some tensions, if something flares up, they are ready. They are ready, and it's not going to be a confrontation that's going to be pretty. So again, as we approach that 9 o'clock curfew, these folks really have no excuse. They are right there. The billboard's there. We all heard the alert on our phones 17 minutes ago. It was the alert saying, you know, you got a 1 hour time limit there before that curfew goes into effect. So yes, certainly in the next 45 minutes, we'll see how this pans out, but equal numbers here of law enforcement as we kind of pan back around of the, we've got the National Guard and then the armored vehicles behind them. There's also a newly erected tower up back there, again with another vantage point for cops to keep an eye on the crowd, in addition to the National Guard officers that are troops that are up on the top of that parking deck. So they've got all eyes on this situation, and they are going to make sure that there is law and order tonight on the streets of Atlanta. Sean, back to you.
Carolyn, we're going to let Alicia has a question. Can you ask that real quick, Alicia?
Yeah, Carolyn, you're doing a great job out there as tensions continue to escalate. As we pan back to Atlanta police, I was struck by the moment where police kneeled with protesters. Particularly, there was one officer that's wearing a bright green shirt, if you happen to still see him. He was the officer that actually joined protesters in the march yesterday, and I'm just curious if he is still there, if you can talk to him. I think he's up there to the left, Carolyn, if you can see him with the green shirt there, the short sleeve green shirt.
Right up here?
I believe that's him, Carolyn, if you can. That's him. If you can
And
just see if he'd be willing to talk to us.
He was in the
He
crowd
also
yesterday.
marched yesterday with protesters down Spring Street.
Sir, I'm just getting a question from the anchors in the studio. You've been out here several days now. You were marching yesterday with the folks, and they were just struck by that moment of solidarity when all the officers knelt with the protesters. Can you just speak to us about the energy out here right now and what that moment was like?
I think we're just trying to show them that, we're out here with them. They're obviously angry, and we're hoping that we can just have a little bit of some dialogue or conversation, something, because what we're really trying to convey to them is that, the curfew is coming up. We want to hear them, we want to talk to them, but the curfew is still coming up, and we just want to let them know that, we do hear their voices, and we're trying to show them as little as we can, because it is tough to do when we've got shields and guys in helmets and all that stuff, because I understand what they're feeling, but, we're just trying our best to relate to them on some level, any way we can.
Yeah, and you were arm in arm yesterday with the protesters walking across the bridge. You must you have a unique perspective and seen all sides of this. Is anything strike you about today, day 4, that's different than the other days?
Not really, not yet at least. I mean, everybody that we've been with has been peaceful. There was a group that got on the interstate earlier. That's not what we want, because it's just not safe. It's dangerous for all involved, for them getting out there, for us to have to go make arrests when people get in the interstate. We don't want that kind of stuff. We want stuff like this. We want it to just stay peaceful, that's all.
We were struck too by the number of conversations, calm conversations we saw folks having with your officers, and they are certainly hearing a lot and soaking in a lot of good information. What is going to happen at 9 o'clock when the clock strikes 9?
They'll give another dispersal order and ask people to leave, and then at that time, if they don't, they'll start making arrests, unfortunately.
Sir, thank you so much. We appreciate all you guys are doing, and he makes an interesting point too. These officers, we're seeing the vantage point from their back looking forward, right? They're looking at the protesters. You're seeing that vantage point. But from the protesters' vantage point, they're looking back at some scary looking dudes, right? I mean, to be quite frank, they've got their armor and their helmets. They've got their, all their equipment. And so it's an interesting, everybody has their own perspective, right? And so to see that moment of solidarity, it was a nice moment out here, guys.
Carolyn, great job tracking him down. I just want to say one more thing, Sean. We were here yesterday, and he was called the hero officer. So, Carolyn, please thank him for us back here. And make sure you get his name and keep in touch, certainly, as these days progress on. Sean, pretty powerful moment there to see, and to see those officers back just as much as the protesters have been.
Absolutely. Now, where the protests that we've seen so far, they have been peaceful, and another moment that Astrid Martinez has found where more acts of solidarity before we get to the 9 p.m. curfew.
Well, this is I wanted to start off with this, hand holding right here, unity and love. That's what ATL is known for. That's the side of the protest that I'm mostly seeing today. Just people wanting to come together, wanting to enact that change. We've been here since 2 o'clock this afternoon. This crowd has not given up. They have a lot of stamina. They have a lot of passion. I'm actually in some of the same locations that my colleagues are, just in the back of the crowd, trying to get a different vantage point, different perspective. A lot of the demonstrators still have their signs up, Black Lives Matter, no silence, no justice, no peace. And a lot of them keeping up with the message, of course, of George Floyd. We see also across the street from the CNN building, there's a parking lot. We have several officers on top of those buildings. They're looking out into the crowd. We got word that they're just, making sure that there's no agitators in the crowd. And if there are, they're keeping an eye on them. They're tracking them down, making sure that everything here stays peaceful. We have those people on several buildings. But overlooking the crowd, we still see a nice number of people gathered. I don't see, I don't really recognize any of the people that were here this afternoon. There were groups that just combined and mixed together. Some have, broken off and gone in different directions. But for the most part, we still got a good number of protesters here. Behind me as well, all around here in downtown Atlanta, we have people just, wanting to have their voices heard. And of course, above them, like you guys have been mentioning all afternoon, is that big red billboard saying the city of Atlanta is going to enact that curfew at 9 p.m. Earlier today, we did see a beautiful sign of unity as well when the officers and protesters all kneel down together. That was a powerful, powerful demonstration. And it really helped start communication between the law enforcement and the people who are out here, which is really what the demonstrators were asking for, to be heard. But beyond that, obviously, they want to enact some change.
And Astrid, we're following more breaking news. This is unconfirmed, but getting from sources in law enforcement are telling us that there has now been a second shooting that are 2.5 blocks apart from each other. The original shooting that we reported was at Edgewood Avenue. That's where Killer Mike, the local rapper and activist, owns a barbershop. There apparently have been 2 people shot there at Hilliard Drive. But we've learned that Killer Mike was not the target. And now there's a second shooting. This one just 2.5 blocks away on Boulevard and Chamberlain. Again, this is unconfirmed, but law enforcement sources are telling us that this is happening. It's not violent in the city of Atlanta, but outside of downtown Atlanta, there has been pockets of violence. Unsure if these are even connected at all, but pockets. We do know that Killer Mike, he did give a very impassioned speech at the press conference the second day of protest, where Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms implored people to go home, and Killer Mike and wanted people to go home and explained how when you destroy your own city, what else do you have? We heard from some protesters who were angry and some interrupting interviews that we were having with other people and actually saying that they were unhappy with Killer Mike. And now we're hearing that his barbershop on Edgewood Avenue has suffered some rounds of gunfire. 2 people shot there, but again, Killer Mike was not the target. And now another shooting 2.5 blocks away. We're going to continue to monitor to what's happening outside of where the protests are happening in downtown Atlanta. But the question is, Astrid, we are a little less than under 40 minutes of these protesters about to break curfew, and it doesn't appear that any are packing up their bags and headed out of the direction because there will be arrests if they stay.
We've seen as the day have progressed here in Atlanta that police have used, more force if people were violating that curfew. Friday, they let them, stay out for a long period of time, and then we saw what took place because, when the lights go down, things do get ugly really quick. Things go south very quickly. Yes, we're minutes away from that 9 o'clock curfew. This is not the same group. Like I said, I don't recognize the people that were here earlier. So the ones that I spoke with, several of them said they were going to go home. I don't see them here. I don't know if they've gone home, but they're not in this location. This new group of protesters that I'm seeing, definitely, they don't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. I don't know if they're going to be allowed to stay or get arrested. I know Atlanta police have tried to do something a little bit differently than the rest of the country. Maybe if they stay peaceful, they will be allowed here. Once things do get a little bit agitated, or there's people that are confrontational, it's starting to be a little bit more violent. That's when we do see law enforcement move in, and they move in pretty quickly with their shields, with their riot gear. We see when they start getting ready because they put those gas masks on, and that gives us a sign to to take cover and to put ours. We brought our gas mask with us tonight as well, being prepared just in case. The thing about it too is there's a lot of protesters here who have the same gear that they do, so they are going to be prepared if there's going to be any gas masks thrown this way. National Guard, though, on duty all around here in my perimeter here at downtown Atlanta, by the CNN Center, across the street. They're on rooftops, so they're ready in case anything happens.
Astrid, I know that you just mentioned that you were at this location and you walked with a group there, and you don't at least recognize any of the faces that you were with earlier today. Is it possible that you could ask a few of the individuals around you, do they plan to go home? Are they aware of the curfew? And are they fearful of what could happen if they don't leave?
I did ask some of them off camera earlier, like about an hour ago, and they're very aware of the curfew, and they tell me that they don't plan on going home. That was what I heard from several protesters. Now, I know that when tear gas gets deployed, people spread very quickly. It's not something that is fun or easy to deal with if you don't have the right protection. We are told that this is a different crowd, so don't get up in their faces asking too many questions. So I'm just going to stay, a few steps away from them, give them their opportunity to be heard. This night is about them, and I'll just monitor them, which is what we're here to do. Look at them and then let you know what they're doing.
Safety is paramount. Thank you so much, Astor. We're going to go to Barmel Lyons. She started at the King Center. At Barmel, the same group that you were with, they told you at 9 o'clock curfew they were heading back to their cars to go home. Do you see any faces that you recognize from earlier?
Sean, honestly, I don't really see faces that I recognize. A lot of those protesters are part of that peaceful protest have gone back home. They were walking in the direction to go toward their cars. We just came from City Hall and they got tear gassed in that location and they actually left that area. Now I am seeing a lot of people out here. As of right now, no one seems violent. There are some slight agitators in the crowd, but nothing that has been outlandish as of yet. But as we count down to 9 o'clock, it's going to be time for everyone to go home, and you can see all the way down there. It's hard to catch it. People are sort of crowding in that area, but Atlanta Police Department are lined up ready for when 9 o'clock hits. Now, I spoke to some people. They say, okay, 9 o'clock is coming. I'm trying to leave as soon as possible, but right now it doesn't look like anyone's going anywhere anytime soon. When that tear gas is put into the air, I'm sure a lot of people will start to disperse. Now, one thing I do want to note, you guys, I haven't experienced tear gas, but according to my photog, Kayla, it's something you do not want to experience. So right now, as time goes on, that seems like an inevitability at this point if people continue to congregate around this area.
So we are looking, Barmel, at what you're seeing from your cameras, from your vantage point, and then we have this other one to the right side of your TV screen. There you see the heavy presence of National Guardsmen, and along with Atlanta Police Department. Right. We have heard from President Trump, who gave a press conference earlier today, made it very clear that he felt that the governors across the nation have been weak with their response to the destruction and disorderly protesters, and as such, he has now instituted new orders that I am actually going to repeat for you. If you didn't see that press conference earlier today, the president saying that effective today, he has urged every governor, including here in Georgia, to deploy the National Guard to the point where they dominate the streets. If they refuse, the president says he will deploy the United States military, and quote, in President Trump's words, "I will solve it for them." The goal is to allow these individuals to have their peaceful protests. This really has been, out of the 4 days of protests that we've seen, Alicia, this has been the most peaceful. We've seen a few really egregious instances of where some of the individuals were instigating trouble with police officers, quickly arrested. We even saw one female live on TV spit in an officer's face, and she too was hauled off with her arms behind her back with a zip tie. But that is really the most that we've seen. But we've also seen a defensive posture that has grown stronger with the police department. Rubber bullets have been fired to disperse the crowd. We've seen several instances where tear gas has happened before the 9 o'clock curfew. But I think from what we're getting from the sense from our reporters in the field, it is beginning to get tense as some of the protesters have heightened emotion, and then it toned down when the officers kneeled on their knees with them, and then it's sort of festered up again. Let's go to Yasmina Alston. Yasmina, tell us where you are right now and what are you sensing in the crowd?
Well, Sean, to give you a perspective of where we are, we actually found a balcony area where we can look out over the crowds near Centennial Olympic Park. You can see the crowd over there, and then the crowd of protesters, and then you can also see the National Guard and Atlanta Police. Now, for having covered this since Friday, It feels a little different tonight. As far as the tensions go, there have been a lot of emotions, especially from the protesters. I told you earlier that, some of the protesters had tears in their eyes. There was anger. They were talking to police and the National Guard and wanting them to respond to their signs, and they wanted them to kneel. I think we saw that twice where they asked police to get down on one knee and to kneel, and those were powerful moments. But like you said, that tension is pretty high out here. It's been peaceful so far. One of the other things that I've noticed that's been different from the other nights is the traffic on the road leading up to the protesters. That has not been stopped. So we're actually seeing cars that have parked, and you've got people just sort of hanging out outside of their cars, and they're playing music and just sort of hanging out. We haven't seen that. The last several nights, this has actually been the direction that police end up pushing back protesters. Now, I'm not sure what's happening. All right, so we've got the throwing of the water bottles. Everyone's running. Police have not moved yet, but you can see everyone took off. So that happened in a matter of seconds. We started seeing the water bottles being thrown, and police have not moved yet. Everyone's scattering. So this is similar to what we've seen the last 3 nights. This is sort of how it begins. We see things start to be thrown, and then eventually police start to move out. I'm trying to see, what are we seeing police doing? I'm seeing some type of, I don't know if that's tear gas up there or what that might be.
On the right of our screen, we're seeing tear gas
so
now.
there are things that are being thrown, and the crowd is sort of moving back over now. I see a couple people in the front lines who are sort of putting their hands down as if they're trying to calm everyone down.
Yasmina, I'm going to interrupt you. Yasmina, I'm going to interrupt you for a second, and let's go to Brittany Edney. Brittany, it looks like they have. Brittany, it looks like you've got tear gas.
Yeah, we've got multiple tear gas canisters that were just deployed, and we still have a couple protesters that ran towards them. They're now backing away at this point. We are 1 block up, just past where the entire crowd was gathering, right in front of law enforcement. So it's about a block up. You see the protesters moving up towards responders and law enforcement that way, throwing water bottles, throwing other items towards all of that heavy personnel and response. But somehow earlier, I'm not sure where it came from, but while we were standing there, we've got fireworks going. It looks like someone threw fireworks into the crowd of responders. All of the law enforcement over there, it looks like fireworks, you might have just saw it on TV, I'm not sure if we turned in time, but it looks like fireworks were deployed into that crowd of law enforcement. Guys, can you still hear me?
We can still hear you, and we can see where those fireworks were thrown at Brittany, and it appears that, even the National Guardsmen now are starting to line up directly behind the police department. I think they are preparing to do what many of us have seen for the last 4 nights, or the last 3 for sure, that once that zero tolerance policy was instituted, the police have taken very little liberty with giving you too much leeway once they sense the violence is happening.
And Sean, these crowds look bigger than what we saw this time last night. A lot of folks this time last night had heeded the warnings and started to go home. This crowd is larger than what we saw last night. They are in the faces of those law enforcement officers. And I have to say, this violence is also starting sooner. We typically saw that last night about 10 minutes before 9 o'clock. We've got about 25 minutes now till the curfew, and tensions are escalating here as police are out in full force with the riot gear, with the shields, with the masks on. Already several rounds now of tear gas and those fireworks shot into the crowds.
Okay, well, what I'm noticing also by looking at that picture, if we can go back close to the police force that has the military personnel directly behind them, you can see they have now started to put on their gas masks. What we know from history is that once those gas masks go on, typically they are positioning themselves to deploy the tear gas, and also that's when we started to see arrests and the crowds, the attempts to start to disperse crowds. It is 8:37. We are getting closer and closer to the 9 o'clock hour. There absolutely cannot be any excuse whatsoever if we can get Carolyn Ryan. Carolyn, you're at a position where many of these protesters are, and there are huge billboards from that vantage point where they can see, and now the police are starting to advance towards the crowd. That 9 o'clock curfew, they cannot say they don't know, because that billboard has it as big as day. There's a curfew.
Yes, Sean, can you, the police are now advancing. They are now advancing forward through through the intersection and the National Guard. So Atlanta police have advanced through, and here goes the National Guard. All of them have on their gas masks. It is 8:38, so still another 20 minutes from the 9 o'clock curfew, but they are getting folks dispersed, getting this crowd dispersed. So the National Guard now again following. They've already dispersed tear gas. You saw those bottles started to fly. And really a really powerful image that I saw was a young girl, probably no more than 16, 17 years old, holding hands with a couple other young girls and just terrified in the face, standing right up in the face of those officers. Absolutely terrified, but standing there strong, holding hands and crying because she was scared. And even when those firecrackers went off and even when the tear gas was deployed, she did not move. She just cried. It was very powerful. But yes, that tear gas has been deployed, and they have, again, Atlanta police have advanced through to push those protesters back. And here is that young girl that I was just referring to in black. If Steve can get her, they're handing hand in hand. So she's still close. She still refuses to leave. So she's there kind of just gathering herself. That was that young girl I was referring to.
I just wonder sometimes, Carolyn, if some of these individuals feel that getting arrested sort of gives them some type of street cred. I mean, it's clear that they're getting a message out. They've been very peaceful today, but purposely trying to get arrested. I'm not sure what message you're sending, except you're going to lose a lot of money in your bank account. Let's go to Astrid Martinez. Astrid, I'm not sure how close you are to where Carolyn is, but police are starting to advance into the crowd. It is now 1 minute from 8:40, and now you have your gas mask on. I think you get the sense that something's about to go down.
Yeah, well, they were throwing tear gas on another side of the street, and once I saw the smoke, because I felt it before, I threw this right away. So does my camera guy. You can see obviously law enforcement behind me also has it on. So does all the National Guard. You can see the tankers moving in. It's getting close to that curfew, but there's a reason for it, not because it's just close to that time, but people started throwing bottles at law enforcement, bottles of liquid. We're not sure if it's water or what was inside. And there was also somehow cars penetrated the protest, and the people that were in the car started sitting on top of the cars or standing and becoming agitators. So the different crowds started infiltrating the protest that was taking place, and then they quickly, moved in and fired off a tear gas or a couple. That's what I saw. So I'm keeping this on for protection, because when I see law enforcement with them on, we know that something is going to go down. There have been people that are telling the agitators to calm down and not throw anything, don't start, but so many groups are coming together that there's not a leader anymore, and we don't know who's listening to who. Police, law enforcement, listening now to another group of people saying hands up, don't shoot.
The scene quickly escalating right now where Astrid Martinez is. Astrid putting on her gas mask right now. We saw the armored vehicles. We saw the police out now in force as tensions escalate as we near that 9 o'clock curfew hour. It looks like something out of a war zone. We've been saying this for the last few days right now. As you look right now, hard to believe that this is downtown Atlanta. We also saw Yasmina Alston that is on the front lines there downtown. Yasmina, if you can hear us.
I was like, can you take a
Barmel Lyons, also our team is covering this from all angles, and this is what we anticipated as the night progressed on here, is that what we've seen over the last few nights here, tensions quickly escalated. It goes from peaceful to chaotic in just a few moments. Law enforcement not taking any chances, with their gear on, with their gas masks on, fearing that something may come. Yasmina Alston, where are you right now, and what's it look like behind you?
Yeah, so you're actually taking a look from up above. We found an area to look down over the crowds, and when we had our last hit, we actually saw, I was telling you that tensions were high, and then that's when we saw the water start to be thrown at the police officers and over at the National Guard, and that's when everyone scattered. Some of the crowd has come back over here. You can see that police have also moved up some. This is very similar to what we've been seeing the past several nights, where police slowly make their way down the street. Now, I did tell you, Aeon, if we can go behind us to show, well, they've moved now, but towards the end of the street, the opposite side of where the protesters are, police actually came in from that side too. I told you that there were cars parked here on the street that's something we haven't seen before, but police have now cleared those out as well. So now it's starting to look like what we've been seeing the past several nights, where we see police slowly move the crowds back and get them to disperse. I did hear someone screaming maybe 5 minutes ago or so and saying, you know, we're leaving, we're going home. We've got 20 minutes. It was 20 minutes at that time until that curfew. So that's what we're seeing here now. You're seeing the shot from up above, and we'll keep you updated as things develop.
It is now 8:43. If you are just joining us, this is now day 4 of protests in the city of Atlanta. The third day that the mayor has requested that there be a continuance of the curfew. Before there were some critics who says, well, there were students and individuals who did not know there was a curfew. They got caught in the traffic, and that's why they found themselves in this mix of protest and chaos in downtown Atlanta. But tonight is a different night. There could be absolutely no reason why anyone could say they are not aware of the 9 p.m. curfew, because the city has posted signs on the electronic billboards to radiate that message all across Atlanta that there is a 9 p.m. curfew. We spoke to protesters, some, as Yasmina just said, some said, hey, I'm going home, I'm done. But there are others, Brittany, Etney, where you are, that have chosen not to. You even had someone who got shot by a rubber bullet. They've already started to disperse tear gas. It's starting to get very tense out there.
Yeah, Sean, from our last live shot with you all, we had to move locations because the wind kind of pushed the tear gas into our crew's eyes, and so we all had tears streaming down our face, so we had to move. We're now on Walton, about a block up from where Yasmina Alston is reporting, and I do want to show you, not only are we seeing law enforcement in full force on the ground, but they are scattered throughout from an elevated point of view. Take a look up here. They have several officers up in that construction site. That is where I was reporting from last night when all chaos broke loose. They have their gas masks on. They have what looks to be like guns used to deploy that tear gas. So we have seen throughout this area where different law enforcement are taking a stance from an elevated viewpoint in order to kind of monitor the crowd and also be there for backup should they need to deploy that tear gas. Now, when we saw that firework go off and get thrown over into the crowd of law enforcement, that is when the tear gas kind of first started. It has calmed down since then. We haven't seen any more, but as you can see, protesters are not, backing down anytime soon. Instead of seeing a lot of people run away, we're seeing more people kind of come. I will mention that these are younger protesters. These are not the middle-aged adults. I'm seeing more 18, 19, 20-year-old age groups arriving. I have seen some of the older protesters, 30-plus, leaving. Guys?
Well, Brittany, what we're seeing now is we're starting to see some of those transport buses be moved in, along with those military huge trucks, the tanker trucks. Astrid, you have also been watching progressively the energy in the crowd. It has waned from highly almost toxic to where they're cheering on police officers and a sign of solidarity by officers bending on their knees. But right now, we are almost 14 minutes or so away from the curfew being enforced. Do you see anybody starting to leave?
I see several people around me that are standing still, basically saying not backing down, but the crazy thing is that I didn't hear these on the other nights, but the military just actually gave an announcement, 15-minute warning, saying, attention, it is now 8:45. At 9 p.m. there can be no pedestrians on the street, and that the curfew will be enforced. This is the first time I've had this warning in the 4 nights that I've been covering, well, 3 nights, one, the Friday night my colleagues were, but in the 3 nights that I've been out here, this is the first time that I've heard the military or law enforcement give pedestrians a warning. Usually, they're very, the way they enact it depends if the people are being agitators or not. But today, it seems like they are not playing around. But you can see there's still a handful of protesters on my side, and towards the Ferris wheel, there's even more. So I don't know how fast they're going to be able to make it out of here. It's now 8:47, really close to that 9 p.m. hour. But we do know that when they start moving forward with that force, with their shields, and especially with that tear gas, the crowds disperse rather quickly.
Astrid, we do know that the Atlanta Police Department gave the numbers of people that they arrested over the past few nights, from the very first night on Friday when there were protests to actually yesterday. We don't have any totals for today at this point, but the Atlanta Police Department breaking down the arrests related to the protests since Friday. On Friday night, there were 77. Saturday, when they had the zero tolerance policy that was enacted, 157 people arrested. Sunday, 64 people arrested, a total of 298. And it looks like this message has not gotten through. Wait, well, they're starting to run on the right side. I'm not sure who's shot or whose reporter is at this position, but the police are starting to advance more aggressively into the crowd. Yasmina, tell us, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're actually moving right now from the location that we were at. Everyone started running. I believe police are moving forward. I'm walking back over to where our camera is, but we've got that shot from above looking down. And it looks like the National Guard police are on the move. So Aeon will stay on that shot. Similar to what we've been seeing for the past several nights. It actually got quiet pretty quickly. Let me see, can I go back down that way? Kind of get a better look.
And while
our camera's going to stay up there and keep looking.
And while you're looking, Yasmina,
we
from our vantage point here in the studio, we can see clearly from one of our cameras that the Atlanta police officers, every single one of them in this picture on the right side of your screen, have on their gas masks. So as we approach 10 minutes away from the 9 p.m. curfew going into effect, it appears that the police department, along with the National Guardsmen and all the other surrounding law enforcement agencies working in tandem with them, we have seen buses starting to arrive into downtown Atlanta. What we've seen from history is that those buses are usually used for transport for the people that they arrest. Here is a look at the National Guard. If you did not hear President Trump's press conference just within the last hours or so, President Trump made it very clear that he said that the governor of Georgia, as well as across the country, is to deploy the National Guard to the point that we, quote, dominate the streets. And we're seeing a heavy presence of National Guardsmen. The governor, Brian Kemp, has put us under a state of emergency, and 3,000 have been deployed to the state of Georgia. But according to President Trump, if we need more, President Trump says he wants it done. So let's go to Barmel Lyons. Barmel, I'm not sure from your vantage point what you can see, but tell us, what is it looking like where you are?
Well, right now, the National Guard as well as Atlanta Police Department are starting to walk toward the crowd because the 9 p.m. curfew is basically here. A lot of people have dispersed already. But it's starting to get a little bit tense as we try to walk away. They're trying to push people more toward this way. Right now, we're at Skyview Atlanta, toward that area. A lot of the protesters were saying, you guys, please just go home. 20 minutes until they start doing this. A lot of people still remained. Now, they're stopped. Right at this moment, they're stopped, and they're creating a line. They're setting up. Right now, they did already disperse tear gas. As time starts to count down, that may be a reality coming next. Now, a lot of the protesters did go home. We saw a lot of them walk back to their cars, but some still remain. And they're cornered in on either side, not only on this side of the roadway, but check over back there. They're working together in order to push everyone into that direction. The National Guard as well as the Atlanta Police Department are on the other side of the road, also blocking protesters in, trying to direct them to another path. Now, as time counts down, tear gas is going to be a real reality. I saw people not only throwing out fireworks into the crowd, but they're saying they don't want to go home. They want to fight for justice. But at this point in time, it seems that it may be a dangerous situation to do. Some people have taken... I'm sorry, Sean?
No, I was listening. Go ahead, Barmel.
Now, as you can see, they're starting to march once more. They're starting to march once more. Tear gas seems to be.
Come on down. We're going to go this way. Yeah, come on down.
Barmel, I can see that you are right outside the Ferris wheel. Give us some perspective of what direction, some landmarks where this crowd is being pushed toward, so we can kind of discern where they're sending them.
Well, right now we're in front of Centennial Olympic Park. They're trying to push us going in this direction past the Skyview Atlanta, trying to get people out of the downtown area at this point. You can see them all sort of coming together, not only on this side of the roadway. Now, a lot of protesters still lingering at this point in time, despite what's happening. That pop is a firework. Or actually, they're about to.
No, they are too. We're going this way.
Okay. All right, you guys.
We're going to let you get.
At this point,
we're going to let you, Barmel, to kind of collect where you are, the direction that they are sending the crowd, so we'll have an idea which way you guys are going. Brittany, Edney, you are also aware it's becoming more aggressive with the police and the military police starting to force those protesters out.
Yeah, we have been walking with both SWAT and National Guard as they've kind of made their way back from the CNN Center down towards Lucky Street. You can see you've got SWAT vehicles over here and then National Guard over here to my right. They are pushing the protesters back right now towards Lucky Street. This is kind of where everyone was stationed at the end of last night, where we saw multiple jurisdictions coming together, and this was kind of a stopping spot for the evening. It's also right next to that construction site where everything happened last night. We can hear the several choppers over air, but again, right now we're kind of holding fast here at Lucky Street. We've been progressively moving probably every 60 seconds or so. We're hearing some music out here, not much else. We've heard a few sounds, but we're on the opposite side of the protesters. So right now we're kind of in a sit and wait situation as we see how all these law enforcement come together and respond for this situation to disperse up these crowds, guys.
Brittany, one thing I'm noticing, we saw the Atlanta Police Department all had on their gas masks. I am now seeing the National Guardsmen have all put on their gas masks.
Yeah, everyone's got gas mask out here. You know, a lot of people have the shields towards the front of the line. We're also seeing medics out here with the National Guard. You can tell because on their backpacks they have the red they have the red marking for the Red Cross for the medical units here with the National Guard. So they are all standing by. They are ready out here should anything happen. But at this point, they may be anticipating additional tear gas deployment since everyone does have those masks on and those shields up. Sean.
It's 8:56. The sun is starting to set. We can't really see the crowds as well from some of our cameras. Tell us, Brittany, are you seeing the crowds starting to thin out just a little bit, or are they staying stubborn and sticking to their guns and are going to stay there?
Sean, that is just how many law enforcement we have out here right now. I can't even see a crowd. I can see nothing else. All I can spot from this vantage point right here up on the sidewalk is just layers upon layers of multiple jurisdictions in formation. It looks like we're getting some movement over here to my right. We see some National Guard members with the shields starting to line up, getting into that formation. Look, it seems to be getting a little bit more organized. Where we kind of were resting here along Lucky Street, now there's starting to be some movement in terms of getting all of those different layers, those different lines more organized. So when I tell you I can't even see a protester from here, all I can see is a sea of responders.
It's almost as if the presence of both the National Guard and our Atlanta Police Department has doubled. There's more police officers definitely than it was any night before. Brittany, it's 8:57. We're going to let you position yourself for safety. Because if there is tear gas, what I'm hearing from intel in the streets is that it is military grade. We want to make sure that you're safe. And let's go out to, if we can, Yasmina Alston. Yasmina has been in position watching the crowd. The tension, is it getting thicker? Is it escalating, Yasmina?
Sean, we may have lost her microphone here. We're going to reset here at the 9 o'clock hour for those of you just joining us as we work to get our connection back with Yasmina Alston. That is the construction site that we were monitoring closely. Police have armed this tonight. 24 hours ago, that was not the scene, and demonstrators were essentially pulling materials from that construction site, wood, metal, rocks, and using that essentially as weapons to throw at the officers. We do know that that site is guarded today, so that should not be happening to what we saw last night at this time. We are about 2 minutes away now from the 9 o'clock curfew set by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, the third night in a row. Today was a day marked mostly by peaceful protests, but tensions have certainly escalated within the last hour or so. You're looking live at the presence right now of Atlanta Police, National Guard soldiers getting ready to enforce that curfew. It is a no tolerance policy right now in the city of Atlanta.
And you know, if history repeats itself, Alicia, we have seen this for the last 4 days of, or at least the last 3 days of the 4 days of protesting, where police, once they put on that riot gear and the gas mask, and now they're aggressively approaching the crowds. We are expecting, if history repeats itself, there is going to be a deployment of gas masks and many arrests. We are going to closely monitor this. Make sure you download the streaming 46, download the CBS 46 streaming app. It will have all of the latest information, not only here in Atlanta, but the protests that we are seeing across the country.
Yeah, this is a nationwide effort that is in place right now, both by law enforcement and protesters wanting to make sure their voice is heard. Now for a fourth day here in Metro Atlanta, you are looking live again as Atlanta Police, National Guard, resources from the Department of Natural Resources are out in force tonight, enforcing that 9 o'clock curfew the third night in a row. Our coverage will continue as we move into the night hours. We saw things worsen before they got better. 24 hours ago, our crews are out. They are monitoring the situation. Stay with us for continuing coverage as day 3 of the 9 o'clock Atlanta curfews is just about to take effect.
Good evening. I'm Sean Gables along with Alicia Robertson. We are following day 4 of protests in Atlanta. The curfew, the 9 o'clock curfew has now expired. The protesters in downtown Atlanta have been warned multiple times by law enforcement on the ground. Also billboards positioned throughout the city to remind residents that there is a 9 p.m. curfew. There have been stragglers that have remained, have been very stubborn, choosing not to leave. We have now seen a very heavy presence, as you see on your screen, of Atlanta Police and the National Guard backed behind them as they now push aggressively into the crowd. Brittany Etney, you're on location. Do you see people starting to leave?
Look, Sean, at this point, we are right next to Atlanta police officers as they are lined up in all of this tactical gear. Behind them, multiple layers of the National Guard as well, with shields up. As you can see, everyone's kind of coming to a pause right now. We are continue to push forward and start to progress every 30 to 45 seconds. So they are continuously trying to push some of these protesters down towards Lucky Street, and that's where we are coming right now. So we haven't seen any additional tear gas deployed at this point, nor have we seen anything thrown our way towards law enforcement as of this moment. But we are right now at Ted Turner and Lucky, and just waiting to see when law enforcement are going to continue to push forward this line. Sean? Alicia?
Thank you, Brittany. Let's go to Carolyn Ryan now. We have a team of reporters that are spanned out for team coverage as the curfew is now in effect. Where you are, Carolyn, you saw officers warn people multiple times, go home, go home. It appears that you have more officers than protesters behind you.
Oh, absolutely. So do you recall right here, this was the intersection where everybody was gathered 15 minutes ago. I'm surrounded by law enforcement officers. They have blocked all 4 streets on this intersection at Centennial, Olympic, and Marietta. If you look up this way, it looks like it's their command post. We've got more officers marching down Centennial Olympic Park towards this intersection. They've got the bus up that way, and it looks like, again, a command center. If we pan back this way to the middle of the interview, you can see Atlanta police officers are huddling here. On this side, they've got the Army vehicles, the armored vehicles, they're blocking that there. National Guard have that street blocked down. Pan a little bit over here, all these National Guard and armored vehicles are here. This is all blocked off now. Protesters have been pushed in all 4 angles. If we come and keep walking down here past these armored vehicles, look at this street, Sean. It is empty, not a soul in sight. Now they have pushed protesters all the way down, slowly but surely, and we were concerned that they might stop for a little bit right next to this construction site. You don't know what kind of things are in there, you know, tools or plywood or whatever, bricks that could be there. So they kept pushing slowly but surely, and how eerie now that the streets are empty.
It's empty there, Carolyn, but over where Brittany Etnia's arrests are now taking place. Brittany, give us the latest.
Yeah, Sean, we're continuing to push forward along Lucky Street. I can tell you that we personally just witnessed 2 separate protesters, 2 women, get either detained or arrested. They were taken away, had their hands behind their back. At this point, we have seen, we were able to get a kind of a higher vantage point, and we did see where past the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, that's where there are still a group of protesters about a block up from where you're seeing right now, because we're behind a very heavy line of law enforcement. But back past that hotel is where there are still some protesters lagging as law enforcement tries to enforce this 9 p.m. curfew. Again, you know, we have heard all weekend long that it will be strictly enforced, and as soon as we saw this wave of law enforcement move forward, they started grabbing every protester that they could. So far, we've witnessed 2 detainments, and they were for 2 young women. Sean, Alicia?
Brittany, as we watch, you know, it's clear that both the National Guardsmen and the Atlanta Police Department all have their gas masks on, prepared to deploy tear gas. It appears that they have not had to do that since the curfew has expired. They've been very aggressive. The method that they're doing today, I have not seen that in the last 4 days, and it's almost as if now they're taking the aggressive stance to those stragglers that are left behind, and they're now advancing into the crowd, pushing them because there's such a heavy presence of law enforcement that they're able to push them further and further out of downtown Atlanta with the intention of getting them to go home.
And that's what it looks like from our vantage point, Sean. And I do want to tell you, I mean, we feel completely safe because we are surrounded probably by maybe 100 or more different area responders, everyone from Atlanta PD also to National Guard and other jurisdictions out here as well. So from our vantage point, it is very safe, and it is a very powerful response. We, again, are starting to move forward. Check this out, Sean. This is what I've kind of been talking about, these spurts of movement in an effort to push towards all of the remaining protesters and young adults that we were seeing towards that front of the line who were out here ignoring that 9 p.m. curfew. I'm not sure if my photographer has enough high enough viewpoint for you to see through these lines of law enforcement, the protesters on the opposite side, but we are passing the Holiday Inn Express and Suite, and there's about 4 lines of officers in front of us, and right past that, about a block up, is where the protesters are, Sean.
And something else
Alicia.
that I'm noticing different tonight, Brittany, is that what we saw yesterday as the police and law enforcement were pushing protesters out, when they would push them away, they would start to wreak havoc on businesses that were passing with picking up items and bursting out windows. As you're making these spurts and continue to walk, are you seeing any damage to any businesses?
Honestly, Sean, because this is such a fluid and fast-moving situation, I don't know if there's been time for the protesters to do anything like that. I can't say exactly because we're not towards the front, but from what I've witnessed, they're just kind of responding in this cat and mouse type interchange of where, and here we are again, it looks like some additional resources moving forward. We just saw some additional SWAT vehicles heading down that way. So again, it kind of feels like a cat and mouse game of the protesters move up a little bit, then so does police, and then they stand firm on their ground. So at this point, I don't know if anyone would even have time to kind of do any damage because we are moving forward so quickly. And right now, bear with us, but our photographer is getting a higher viewpoint so that you can see some of the tactical vehicles moving forward from SWAT. You can see a couple of the guys on the top right there. as we move down.
And I can see from Brittany, just from the vantage point you have now, that the individuals that are walking, the crowd has been dispersed significantly more than what it was less than maybe 30 minutes ago.
Absolutely, Sean. I mean, this is being broken up at an amazing pace. A completely different experience than what we saw last night. Last night, it didn't feel as organized. Today, it feels like the game plan is completely different. And this is wrapping up so much more quickly and without any of the, violence and tear gas and outbursts and that we saw last night when we were by that construction site. So kind of a different roundup at that 9 p.m. curfew tonight than Sunday.
Well, we're watching these images.
John.
It's refreshing to see that none of the protesters are getting any of that tear gas. It is terrible. And yes, we don't want them, some have been doing horrible things in the city, but it appears that because of the mass, Alicia, just the mass sheer numbers of law enforcement, that they're having to use less of the tear gas or the rubber bullets, and it's sheer manpower.
It's sheer manpower. It's the perception of coverage right now. Brittany Edney was speaking about the cat and mouse game. Earlier today, it felt like maybe the protesters had a leg up. They were moving rapidly across different parts of the city. We saw them organize at City Hall, Centennial Olympic Park, on the interstate I-75, 85. Now, certainly law enforcement has met them where those crowds have converged. Law enforcement, it seems right now from these vantage points, to be outnumbering the number of protesters. They have not had to use the tear gas that we saw 24 hours ago. I have to say, though, so many of you commenting on social media right now how much this looks like a war zone. This is some of the most picturesque, popular tourist spots across our city. And these are the images tonight of officers, patrols in full riot gear, wearing gas masks, using armored vehicles. The scenes that have been unfolding over the last 4 days here in Metro Atlanta, certainly ones that are not soon to be forgotten. Barmel Lyons has been out there for us on the front lines. Barmel, it was getting rowdy where you were last time we saw you. How are things right now?
Well, right now, all I'm seeing is a united front. Okay, we have the Georgia State Patrol. You can see the SWAT vehicles making their way, pushing people more toward Peachtree Street. Right now, we're on Lucky Street, and behind me is just a united front, as I said. Atlanta Police Department, as well as the National Guard, just moving in unison, trying to make people get to their vehicles, get to their cars. Now, we do have some straggler protesters ahead of the way, but overall, a lot of people have went home tonight. There was protesting throughout the day, but as we move on, we're seeing more and more people make their way back. But again, there are still some protesters on this roadway. Now, I do see a lot of shields. I see a lot of shields, and what they do is they make some room up and then they stop. Make some room up and then they stop. Again, a united front tonight.
It is a united front, but as Alicia mentioned, I, too, served in the United States Army, and the scenes of this is very reminiscent. Now, I've never served any time overseas. I was called to Desert Storm, but was pulled back. But these are the images when we go to basic training and we go back for advanced individual training, that we are used to seeing the use of the Humvees and the huge presence of gas masks and all of the forces that you're seeing here is what we typically see in third world countries or where we are fighting overseas. You don't expect to see that here in Atlanta. Astrid Martinez, you have also been working the front lines, and you have seen some of the most inspiring peaceful protests where the protesters were peaceful. They were actually praying and kneeling, the Atlanta Police Department, with protesters.
That's right. That's what they were doing around 2 o'clock this afternoon. This was like the headquarters for the demonstrators to meet. They were out in this intersection all night. But once that curfew hit, law enforcement and the National Guardsmen made sure they backed away, especially because some agitators were able to infiltrate the crowd, and they actually came in with vehicles and started throwing water bottles. So you can definitely tell that the tone tonight was definitely different, especially after that press conference that President Trump gave. Now, this looks more like an empty set of a movie scene. Police are just standing around. They were information, and then they got the orders to fall back. They're all retreating to their units or their command, provisional command center. We do have the National Guard that's sticking around here, and we were actually, because we had our gas masks, we wanted to join our crew and actually follow the protesters where the tear gas was being thrown into. We had our gas masks, so we were going to be able to get that side of coverage for you. But National Guard strict today, and they told us do not follow the crowd. You are either allowed to stay here or head directly to your vehicles. So that's why we're actually in the same vicinity where our colleague Carolyn is with her photojournalist Steve Franklin. We're not really allowed to move from here. This is a perspective that we can get. Like I said, this feels like an empty movie scene, something like an empty Marvel end of the world movie scene. Not like the Atlanta we're used to seeing, but I guess everybody did heave that big red electronic billboard that said 9 p.m. curfew will be enacted. Since the tone of the president and his tweets and what he said in the press conference definitely sparked something when it came to the authority and the force that was being used today. There was zero tolerance for anyone that is going to be out here past 9 p.m.
Well, they got them out from where you are, Astrid, but we are looking at there's a Starbucks coffee shop. That's do you have any indication where that is, Alicia?
I don't know where that is.
Chopper 46 is over it, but there is a pocket of demonstrators who have decided they're running into the street in the middle of oh my gosh. Running into the street in the middle of traffic where traffic has a green light, not obeying traffic signals at all. We didn't see any spurts of violence, but there was a group sort of chanting, dancing on the sidewalk and also in the middle of the street.
And that's a shame, Sean, because today mostly has been so peaceful, and we've been commenting on how poignant it is, and to see those folks out right now, potentially getting into some trouble here has not been on point to what most of the day has been about.
So if you are just joining us now, it is 9:14 in the evening. What a different night that we are seeing on day 4 of protesters returning to Atlanta to protest the death of George Floyd. At least that was what many of them were doing. They're also, we're on the 3rd day of a curfew. That curfew is now being enforced. There is those are arrests there on the left of your screen. Police have a zero tolerance policy, made it very clear, and repeatedly warned those demonstrators to go home and exercised a lot of leeway. And Yasmina Alston, I'm not sure if you can see what we can see, but I'm counting at least 7 or 8 people with their hands behind their backs being led to possibly where to get their intake information.
Sean, that's right. Yeah, I did see that. Atlanta police just coming back with those people who have been arrested. I'm not sure what area they came from because it's been pretty quiet here. I have noticed that there's been a lot of changing out between different officers as far as Atlanta police is concerned, and several of their officers have already come back and gone back up towards the area that they've been working out of. In comparison to other nights, the National Guard, I noticed that tonight we've been seeing a lot more movement from them. They have been using their vehicles to block off this intersection. That's a first. I haven't seen that yet in the last couple of nights, and also with the National Guard blocking off the sidewalk areas and keeping people from moving, including news crews. We've also been asked to move out, and I think Astrid had mentioned that earlier, that had happened to her. So it's a much different scene tonight. I'll also say that the crowds were moved out a lot quicker than what I've seen. So things have been moving a lot quicker, but again, I've heard some of my colleagues talking about what they're seeing, where they're seeing those arrests and there's a lot more action. But up here, we're seeing National Guard and law enforcement.
Yasmina Alston, you've been covering you've been covering this for us since the very beginning, since Friday night. You saw some of the worst of it. If you can describe right now what you're hearing among the chatter of law enforcement that are out there, are they exhaling at this moment, thinking the worst is behind us? Have you seen them take off their gas masks?
So the National Guard did take off their gas masks probably 15 minutes ago, and they're actually moving away from where they were as well. So I'm seeing some movement here. Of course, they know things that we don't know yet, so I don't know if they're expecting any more movement from protesters up here or if they're just changing out. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. I'm also seeing more Atlanta police officers that are coming back from where they were. So we'll kind of keep watching that and see what's going on. But it's definitely different from the other nights. This
I would
happened
agree.
very quickly.
I would agree. I think they've been very successful in dispersing the crowds way earlier than any time that we've seen before in the last 4 days. It's 9:17. Let's go to Brittany Edney. Brittany, what we are noticing is that at this time yesterday, there were crowds
Hey guys, so we are over at Peachtree Northeast. We're over here at Peachtree Northeast where we just saw about 12 different patrol cars come running through here with lights on, sounds on, and about 30 seconds ago we had a group of protesters shutting down this street with cars, noise, music. We had people hanging up on the light pole and the traffic lights. They have now run towards this area right over here where the fountains are. They are kind of gathering behind that, scattered throughout. I'm not sure where their next place where they're going to go next, but we have been kind of following them at this point to here. But the officers very quickly responded and came out to this intersection once they found out that all of these protesters had shut down traffic. So we're kind of moving to the next location. We'll keep you updated as we get there. Sean?
Brittany, as you're starting to walk to that next location, you know, it's 9:18 in the evening. At this time for the last 3 days, we were watching either destruction to property or firecrackers being thrown at protesters or also to law enforcement. We're not seeing any of that tonight.
Yeah, Sean, even look right now what the intersection looks like here at Lucky and Peachtree. Normal traffic has resumed. People are leaving. And I do want to mention what we experienced as a crew right before we left all of those National Guard members and APD. So we actually saw that very first line of APD officers who were united in formation with their shields up. We saw them take their gas mask off and start to switch out their gear. That kind of was an indicator to us that they started to maybe have the situation under control, because that very first line started to take off their gas mask and switch out all of that gear. At that point, that is when we kind of pushed forward and only found those protesters here at this intersection when they were kind of just doing music and loud noise and ruckus until police came. And then they dispersed and ran, and I can't spot the group anywhere. They all kind of broke up into dozens of people just kind of running in 3 separate directions.
So for the most part, at this point, there's really no tension in the air. I mean, there's nothing but law enforcement, and if you see any of the old demonstrators, they're either got their hands behind their back or they're headed out to wherever law enforcement wants them, the direction they want them to go.
We are just seeing, like you mentioned, Sean, either arrest or detainment. Looking down this street right here, you can see a few people walking. Maybe they're heading back to their cars. There's a crowd kind of gathering towards that intersection about 2 blocks up from me. We're going to head in that direction. We kind of see some of the patrol cars, the lights on, the police lights down that way. But overall, I think the large numbers have dispersed at this point. But I think there are a few smaller groups that are kind of just rotating in defiance to try and continue with their protesting. But as far as like those large groups that we saw earlier, those are gone, Sean. And police and other law enforcement agencies have really just kind of changed the tune, and the energy has completely changed. It feels like everybody's leaving at this point. I mean, check out this main road here with all these cars heading out, standing at the traffic lights. It feels like some kind of show just ended and everyone's on their way out, okay? So this is very different from last night, the energy and the response.
And what I'm noticing as you're walking, Brittany, is how many businesses either suffered damage or they were proactive.
To the right.
Proactive out of concern that there may be another violent night of protest. They're all of these businesses, as you're walking, every single window is boarded up.
Great observation, Sean. Yeah, down this entire road, all of these businesses, the doors, the windows, excuse us guys, we're coming through, are either boarded up. We have, the screens down as well to make sure that no one breaks any of the glass or goes into the stores to cause either destruction or to loot. But again, check out kind of the roadway out here. It is packed, past 9 o'clock. It is a lot of people just trying to leave at this point. So it's a lot of congestion as a lot of the protesters head out. So I don't think we're going to see as large of groups kind of causing any more of that continued mayhem that we saw earlier.
Okay, thank you, Brittany. You're doing an excellent job out there. Yasmina Alston, we're seeing some arrests happening. I'm not sure if it's in your vantage point, but they're now putting them in the back of cars and hauling them away.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that from where I am. I'm seeing a lot of law enforcement coming back, a lot of Atlanta police coming back, and the National Guard has actually packed up as well. We're getting some movement over here. So a much different scene from what Brittany said that she was seeing. I mean, it looks like everyone's sort of calming down over here, sort of regrouping. I have not seen any protesters in this area. It's just been the National Guard, Atlanta police, and then news crews.
Would you say they were outnumbered tonight, Yasmina? Do you think the protesters were outnumbered tonight, the ones that decided to stay?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
they were.
And it clearly made a difference.
Right, and especially with the National Guard, there were way more National Guardsmen out here tonight than what I've seen in previous nights, and they've been using their vehicles as well to get people out.
But Yasmina, we're going to leave your spot because that's where Barmel Lyons is where the actual, those people have been detained, and some of them we saw on live TV, Barmel, being with their hands tied behind their back and being sat in the back of a police car, assuming they're going to be hauled off.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. They are starting to arrest people. It is past 9:20 at this point, and you can see a mass police presence on Edgewood Avenue at this point in time. I mean, United, they have been trying to move people back, get people out of downtown in order to refrain from doing this, but now they have started making arrests. I saw that girl, that young girl, she got inside of the police car, she was crying, but at this point, they made the curfew. They put the public safety alert out. Now, earlier today, they did disperse tear gas as they started to make their way moving towards trying to get people more towards Peachtree. They haven't used it since. Now, again, it's been a united front out here, not only the Atlanta Police Department, but the Georgia State Patrol, as well as the National Guard, all trying to get people in their homes and off the roadways, off the streets. People have been protesting all day today, just trying to get the message out. But again, this is a way more peaceful scene at this point in time than we saw on Friday night, where it was just chaotic and the message sort of got lost. Now, again, they tried to refrain from making arrests throughout the night. This is the first time I'm seeing an arrest right now based on throughout the whole protest day. Now, again, a lot of protesters have made their way home. Earlier today, it was very peaceful. Everyone was just trying to get their message across and ensure that their voices were heard. Now, again, not only right here on the intersection of Edgewood Avenue and Decatur Street, but if you go down, you can just see a line of police cars, They're just searching. They're seeing if anyone else is on the street, anyone else on the roadway, because this is the time to to go home.
Barmel Lyons for us in downtown Atlanta. Barmel, a sea of blue police lights right now is what is dressing the Atlanta streets. We did just get an update from Atlanta police. So far, as of tonight, there have been 350 total arrests. 350 total arrests. That is a new updated number from Atlanta police. That updates the number from 50 more since we last reported. I think our last count was just around 298, 300 earlier today. So Atlanta police continuing to make those arrests. They are continuing to enforce a no tolerance policy for anyone that violates the citywide 9 p.m. curfew. As you look around at some of the images, it is quiet right now. It is essentially a ghost town in many ways for downtown Atlanta. So many of those businesses boarded up. Police presence is what is the theme tonight on this beautiful, essentially summer, almost feels like summer Monday night here in Metro Atlanta, along with images like that. We've got armored trucks, soldiers with full gear and weapons out on the street, ready to enforce, ready to keep the peace. Astrid Martinez, you had the gas masks on earlier. You were there on the front lines as some of the chaos started to break out here. How are things where you are standing right now?
Very calm here. All we see is law enforcement and the National Guardsmen all standing here in uniform. You can see they have been able to secure this area. Protesters were here most of the afternoon from before even 2 o'clock until right up until the dot, about 8:59. Once, though, that some people did infiltrate the peaceful protest that took place most of the day, they started throwing water bottles, and actually cars were able to penetrate through the crowd. I don't know how they made their way, through up Centennial Park Drive, but there were cars here, and people that were inside of them started sitting on top of them or stepping on top of them, and then just throwing water bottles at law enforcement. And once that started happening, that's when the National Guardsmen and police officers started moving forward, putting on their gas masks. And that was my first alert, okay, put yours on as well. So did my photographer and our security person, because we've experienced that before. Here we see guardsmen in their tanks. They're just ready to go in case anything goes down. We see Atlanta police. We see the tankers. This corner where everything was like the headquarters for the protesters, the demonstrators, empty. It's empty. There's no one here but our other crew. We're locked in because we were told by the National Guardsmen not to leave, not to chase the protesters. Don't go in that direction. We're only allowed to stay in this square or go to our vehicles. So we're going to be here all night, seeing if anything transpires. I know that this is where they're gathering, and if anything does happen outside of this perimeter, that's when they head out. So we'll be here and keep you posted.
All right, thank you, Astrid. A very different situation than we saw for the last 3 nights. Peace has been restored into the streets of downtown Atlanta. Very few demonstrators are left, and the ones that are left, we haven't been able to see them from Chopper 46, and we have a wide span of what we can see. Carolyn Ryan, you've been watching the situation develop. It went from high emotions, huge crowds, and then poof, everyone's gone.
That's right. This location where I am saw a climax about an hour ago, and you can see just now this big old pile of water back here. Jug of milk. All this stuff was getting chucked from up. A guy was up here, chucked at the police from over there. So that was kind of the climax. Well, now you may remember this entire intersection, it was full of protesters not too long ago. But all this stuff, the people are gone, but all this stuff, it all remains. That's not what I'm going to remember about tonight. What I'm going to remember about tonight happened at that intersection just back there behind that armored car. And it was when there was a moment where the protesters stood in solidarity with the police. For a moment, they cheered for the police. They clapped for the police. Why? Because the police kneeled in solidarity with those protesters. It was an incredible moment. They were, to see that switch, to see the switch in emotion. And there was respect between both sides. And for a minute, they weren't enemies, but they respected one another. It was a powerful moment, and I will certainly take that away from tonight. Sean, back to you.
Thank you, Carolyn. If you are just joining us now, I'm Sean Gables, along with Alicia Roberts. We have been covering day 4 of protests in downtown Atlanta, the 3rd day of the curfew, and we have seen several things develop within the last 30 minutes, or actually the last hour and a half. We had President Trump hold a press conference, Alicia, addressing the outburst of violence not only in the city of Atlanta, but across the country, saying that he wanted governors to have full access to deploy as many National Guardsmen as necessary to end the violence and end the at least anything that was a non-peaceful protest. And what we have seen tonight, Alicia, is there have been far more, as the curfew approached, far more law enforcement presence than there have been protesters.
That's right. We heard Governor Kemp say over the weekend, Sean, that there would be 3,000 National Guard soldiers available here in Metro Atlanta. The president saying those soldiers would be out, quote unquote, to dominate the streets. What was large crowds today, thousands gathering, really converging on Centennial Olympic Park. Those crowds quickly dispersed with the threat of law enforcement and potentially being arrested, being detained, a no tolerance policy right now. Our crews continue to cover all aspects of this developing story. Day 4 of the protest, day 3 of this curfew in Metro Atlanta. It does look like a scene out of a movie. This does not look like downtown Atlanta, replaced by traffic vehicles and pedestrians are now police cars, armored vehicles, and National Guard soldiers. Barmel Lyons has been on the front lines today. Barmel, you marched with the protesters. You were there as tensions escalated. Tell us where you are right now and what you're seeing behind you.
Well, right now we are on Edgewood Avenue. Behind me, we are seeing a mass police present. You can see Atlanta Police Department. They're lining the streets just to ensure no one is out here past that 9 o'clock curfew. Now, we did see some arrests. As you can see, these flashing lights, they are serious about this. And we just saw Georgia State Patrol as well as a good amount of other people in regards to not only the police department, but Georgia State Patrol, National Guard making their way past, some SWAT vehicles as well. Now, again, these flashing lights, we have seen some arrests. So if you are out here, please make your way home because they will put you in those zip ties. They're not using handcuffs, but rather zip ties. Now, earlier today, it was a peaceful protest. We talked to some of the organizers. They said that they want peace, they want change. They're speaking on behalf of George Floyd. A lot of them at City Hall, we saw some people laying on the ground, just trying to have a united front. And tonight, we are also seeing a united front from the Georgia State Patrol, the police. They want to ensure everyone goes home, and what happened on Saturday does not happen today. I want to just take you back out to this because I think this is powerful, just seeing how many cars are out here, flashing lights just all down the street, all down Edgewood Avenue. Police making their way out, just seeing if there's anyone else on these roadways because they will arrest you.
Barmel, as we take a look at your images, just want to remind folks that Atlanta Police Department has reported 350 arrests for all 4 days of protests in Atlanta, and it appears that they've certainly made a fair share of arrests today. But overall, Barmel, this was a night of peaceful protest. It's almost what a difference 24 hours makes, because this time yesterday, it was popping off. And now there is, if there's anyone on the street, it's either a journalist, a photographer, or someone with the military or law enforcement. That's exactly right. All right. No one out here will be out here at this time. But earlier today, let me just tell you, as you said, Sean, it was definitely peaceful. And I want to ensure that message, it comes across because people came together. They communicated. They say, we want our voices heard. We even saw some of the Atlanta PD walking with the organizers in order to say this is a united front, a united message. Now, one thing I do want to note is that near the CNN area is when we started to see, as time started to move on, it started to get later, some agitators in the crowd throwing fireworks, sort of with cars, you know, bumping music, getting upset. Now, a lot of the protesters who are peaceful were saying, hey, go home, go home. We don't want that. We want our message heard very clearly. And right now, I think today was a successful day for those protesters because they were able to get their message across, and there hasn't been any violence. There has been very little. We saw closer to, as the curfew approached at 9 o'clock, if you've been watching our coverage on both our streaming CBS 46 app or on CBS 46 or our sister station, Peachtree TV, you saw some pockets where there were firecrackers thrown into the crowds or even at law enforcement. A little agitation between individuals with police officers, but probably the only most egregious thing that I have seen, Alicia, this entire day. We haven't seen any destruction to buildings. Not to say that hasn't happened, but what we saw yesterday is as they were pushing those protesters out, they would pick up objects and start damaging whatever was along the route as they were leaving town. Tonight, we haven't seen that, and probably the most egregious thing that we saw with a protester is one that spat in the face of a police officer, and that person was quickly arrested.
Yes, that's right, Sean. Actually, I was impressed today by the diversity of the crowds. We commented on 2 small children that were walking with their families as the protesters really converged at several points across Metro Atlanta today. It did seem today that the protesters were more prepared than they have been in other days. We saw them come out with milk and water and baking soda in case of tear gas. They had their masks, they had their helmets for safety reasons. Safety has not been guaranteed for these protesters if they have made their voices heard across Metro Atlanta. That gentleman potentially being detained right now by officials on the ground there. potentially still in violation of that curfew. But overall today, the message was peaceful, and we saw that nationwide. Many cities taking photos, sharing them on social media of protesters and police officers kneeling in solidarity, which was a scene that I think so many of us needed after a pretty violent weekend across the country. I do want to let you know, as peaceful as it has been tonight in Atlanta, that's not the case across the country. In D.C., we have seen that chaos has erupted, military presence cracking down there by order of President Trump. So thank goodness for us here, the scene has been much calmer in Metro Atlanta. Again, probably more law enforcement than anyone out in the force right now in through downtown Atlanta. It is hard pressed to see anybody really there. That gentleman looked to be detained, or at least being addressed by those officers on the ground today.
What it appears also, Alicia, that he has perhaps some injuries, and maybe he's being treated for those. If you can look close to his face, you can see once some of the officers approached, they put their face mask on. If you look at the left side of his face, we can go, well, there's one person being detained right there. It seems like a young teenager there. But this elderly, he appears almost elderly. Look at the damage. I mean, the injury to the side of his face above his eyebrow. Definitely there is a little bit of drawing of blood. Here's another teenager with a do-rag wrapped around his head, or some type of bandana wrapped around, being escorted off by police. There are still individuals. The city of Atlanta made it very clear. They had electronic billboards peppered all across the city, displaying in bright words and big bold letters that the 9 p.m. curfew continues, and it would go in effect tonight. We're going to go to Yasmina Alston. Yasmina, you saw those billboards. You saw the people. Some said they were going to obey the 9 o'clock curfew and go home. Some of them actually did, but there were a few who had to get pushed out by the military.
That's absolutely right, Sean. And all of that happened very quickly from our standpoint here. We saw that happen, I mean, within 10, 15 minutes, this area over here was clear. And the tension is gone out of this area. I mean, what I was talking about earlier, just the tension that we did feel, that is no longer the case over here. We have the National Guard, we've got Atlanta Police, and everything is calm. I mean, it seems like everyone's sort of taking a breather. This is day 4 after all. It's been a long weekend for everyone out here. I mean, Atlanta Police working and the National Guard working. So everyone's just sort of taking a minute. You can still see the National Guard, though they do have this intersection blocked off, so there's no way that anyone can get back into this area where we saw all of the protests originate earlier in the past several days.
Wow, if we could have had this, you know, hindsight is 2020. If we could have had this day 1, there are so many businesses that have suffered tremendously, could have had their businesses spared, and the protesters who were actually trying to demonstrate and be peaceful could have hopefully got the bad eggs out. It looks like right now we're looking at Chopper 46 is hovering, or this is not Chopper 46, this is a photographer who has a really great vantage point showing where the National Guardmen are resting.
It's nice to see. We haven't had that breathing moment as
we really haven't, and I'm almost, really want to be cautious about saying, wow, we have peace restored into the city, and all the demonstrators, the stragglers who were breaking the curfew are gone. But we saw yesterday and the day before that once you thought it was really clear in one pocket, there was another pocket developing. But it looks like the strategy tonight with law enforcement, with the help of the National Guard, has they had a strategy that really was like 360. It was like there's no way they could go to a different pocket because there were such a heavy presence here, Brittany Miller, where if someone wanted to try to scatter and then recongregate, it doesn't look like they were successful to do that tonight.
Yeah, Sean, it has been a 180-degree turn from everything that happened last night when we were down here on Lucky Street. Just consider the difference in the numbers. We do have some SWAT and other law enforcement out here along Lucky Street, right in front of the Skyview and the construction site that we were at yesterday. But, I mean, overall, the numbers down completely. Last night, things were still having to try to get under control, but at this point, everything has calmed down. We've continued to kind of walk walk in just this giant circle around downtown, and we haven't spotted any protesters. At this point, we are seeing more journalists, photojournalists, and people who are documenting this experience than we are protesters. The few protesters that we do see, it's one or two people going back to their cars, or they're being arrested or detained. So we just aren't seeing the crowds out here at this point like we were last night in that 9 o'clock hour. If you think back to last night as well, too, this entire street was filled with, ATVs, with motorcycles, with tactical units, and dozens of officers. At this point, things are really spread out. But I want to talk a little bit about the overall day recap and how everything has kind of transpired from the moment that we started walking with these protesters. I just asked my photographer, I said, hey, how long has everyone been going if some of these people started at 3 o'clock just like we did? The answer for you is if they continued the full march, anytime any of those groups started walking around either downtown or midtown, we've gone in total now for about 7 miles. It started out in front of City Hall in a protest and then in a march. And after the speeches were held, then we went down to the 75 connector. That is when things started to kind of heat up in terms of tension, because a lot of the crowds and protesters started circling around multiple police officers and patrol units. When that happened, about 3 to 4 minutes later, law enforcement with full patrol came out by the dozens, and that's when we started to see a lot of those arrests and citations and people being held downtown because of that protest. Then through the night, of course, things kind of settled down, but ultimately it picked back up again right around the time of that 9 p.m. curfew when we were on live television with you guys, and we started to see the fireworks thrown towards the police. So the day has kind of come full circle and ending again now in more of a peaceful manner, Sean.
Governor
Alicia.
Brian Kemp, Brittany, just tweeted about a few hours ago saying that story where you were covering at the connector. He tweeted that 55 individuals were arrested for being in the roadway, and they've all been processed by the Atlanta City Detention Center. So the philosophy of zero tolerance by the city police chief and Governor Brian Kemp dispatching the 3,000 National Guardsmen, including the state of emergency extended here in Georgia. It appears, Brittany, that it has restored peace to the streets of Atlanta tonight.
Well, we just saw the numbers across the board in terms of law enforcement response just out in full force tonight. Again, we walked 7 miles in total, and everywhere we went, there was law enforcement in some shape, form, or fashion. I do want to talk about one of the most offensive things that we saw today in terms of a woman spitting in the face of a police officer while she was being detained, and he did not react. We had this on our live television earlier in the CBS 46 News broadcast earlier in the day, and I do want to point out that from what our crew witnessed, he kept very calm, just finished securing her hands and putting her in the bus to be taken for detainment. Sean?
Brittany Edney for us. You have been covering this all day. You have gotten your steps in, to say the very least, walking with the protesters since they started early this afternoon in through when the curfew has been enforced here at 9 o'clock. And we are happy to say so far tonight, it has been a peaceful night in Atlanta, as those protesters really were outnumbered as we approached that 9 o'clock curfew by law enforcement. They made swiftly sure to get everyone home out of the city, complying with that shelter, I should say stay home order, the curfew right now for those that are still out. Let's go over to Yasmina Alston again, who has also been on the front lines for us. Yasmina. Oh, okay. This is a fluid situation there. Again, you're looking at some of the 3,000 National Guard troops that are still deployed in Atlanta. Last night, Governor Kemp tweeted that those Guard troops would stay in place overnight to ensure that peace remains in those overnight hours. Astrid Martinez, again, out there on the front lines. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Well, we're seeing the National Guardsmen finally, take a break from enforcing that 9 p.m. zero tolerance curfew. Here you can see behind me, they're just standing in formation, relaxing a little bit, taking a bit of a respite. It's been a long last 4 days. Some of them are sitting down and just, taking a breather. One of them told me that yesterday they walked about 11 point something miles, and they haven't even checked what they've walked today. But you know, this has not only been a long day for our law enforcement and National Guardsmen, also for our protesters. We were here with them this afternoon since 2, and they walked all around this city spreading their message, and it was actually a beautiful show of solidarity. There were no disruptions from the vantage point that I had with the demonstrators. All they wanted to do was get their message heard, and I saw families, I saw people holding hands, couples, I saw babies, and walking down the streets of downtown, also on billboards alongside the hotels, I saw, hashtag George Floyd in memory of him, and that's really the message tonight, that people are fighting for that equality, for that justice, and they made sure that they stayed on point most of the time. We did have some agitators at the 8 o'clock hour getting close, to that curfew time, that were able to infiltrate the peaceful protests that we saw most of the day here. They came in their vehicles and they just started launching water bottles at law enforcement, and that's when obviously they had to enact, move forward, get them out of here, push them outside of the area. And for the first time in 4 nights, I actually heard the National Guardsmen on a loudspeaker say, you have 15-minute warning to go home, get out of here, or disperse. So they were going to enact that curfew that we actually are seeing right before our eyes. Nobody's out here, only guardsmen and media. We're actually blocked in here. The National Guardsmen told us that we can't go towards the direction of the protesters. So we're here for the remainder of the evening, and we'll see if anything does happen. But even though they're resting, they are standing guard in case anything else pops up, because as we know, these situations are fluid.
Yeah, what we saw last night and the last 3 nights, not including today, was that once the demonstrators were dispersed, they would recongregate into another area. And it appears that the only vehicles that we are seeing on the roadways are either military or police. These are ATVs of a law enforcement agency. This may be DNR, we're not quite sure, but they are patrolling the streets on ATVs. We have only seen any cars that pass through, at least where our reporters are. If it's not a police car or a Humvee or the ATVs like you see there, there's no traffic going through. So clearly the streets are shut down, and whatever few stragglers that are left, we don't see them, at least not from our vantage point. I would say that Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms can probably looking at this as job well done, breathing a sigh of relief that the violence and the dangerous protests, where even one officer was rammed into by a person on an ATV driving at a high rate of speed. The police report came out that that person was under the influence when they crashed into that police officer. He is now in Grady Hospital, recovering in stable condition, but serious injuries to his legs. But we'll continue to monitor his progress. But Barmel, we're going to go to you one more time. It's 9:49. Such a quiet night that even the residents probably that live in these areas are glad to know that peace has been restored and there's no more destruction to property.
All right, you guys, take a look. You can see police cars are still lined up. Now, a unique sight that we just saw was, aside from people are out here, spectators who live in the area, they'll come out of their building, they'll want to watch what's going on. Now, officers, those just walking right there, they spoke to someone who was spectating, and they said, hey, it is past the 9 p.m. curfew. Can you please get inside? It looks like they let them go, and now they're walking into their building. But again, it has been a peaceful night overall. That people got their voice heard, as well as got their message across. It's still pretty active with the lights out here in regards to the police force checking out to see if anyone is out here that is not supposed to be. Now, again, earlier today, they did have tear gas dispersed throughout the crowd. People went running, trying to just ensure people, by the time it was 9 o'clock, started to go home. And that happened. A line of people just started to make their way home before that 9 p.m. curfew. But then there were stragglers. Again, there was a united front, not only with Atlanta Police Department, but the National Guard, the Georgia State Patrol, all trying to slowly but surely walk and make sure that had a united front and pushed people toward the direction that they needed to be on. Right now, we're on Edgewood Avenue, and again, police are still out here. So if you're trying to make your way out, please don't, because they will address you. As you can see, some businesses are boarded up since Saturday, and a lot of looting happened on Saturday, but today, nothing of the sorts. Again, it was very peaceful. The message has come across. We do see some people on the roadways just walking. They may get addressed by police officers saying, hey, can you make your way home? If there is any back and forth, you may get detained. But yeah, it's been a peaceful night. I think the message came across, and people are going to people tell me they're going to continue to make their voice heard, and they're not going to stop until justice happens for George Floyd. And
Barmel, you started were one of the great founders of our civil rights, Martin Luther King's the center that is designed there in honor of his life and some of the works that he's done. I hear sirens, but they just turned off. You started with that peaceful protest there. You marched with them, and they made it clear to you that
yes, I did.
At 9 o'clock they were getting back to their cars and going home.
That's exactly right, Sean. At the beginning of the protest, the organizers gathered on the steps and they said, hey, we are not associated with agitators. We are not going to go with any looting. If that's happening, we're not with it. All we want to do is have our voice heard. We're going to walk today. If APD wants to walk with us, they can. And APD did. They walked with them in solidarity, just trying to get that message across. Those people did make their way home. We saw groups of people making their way back to that location. A lot of people still wanted to make their way to the CNN Center, and that's where that tear gas was dispersed, just trying to make people make their way home. Overall, again, Sean, a peaceful night, and a lot of people feeling as though their message is received but still want justice. They say this is not the end, this is just the beginning, because we want justice.
Well, none of this can be fixed in one day, but Barmel, we did have some very poignant moments along the way with your protest, also with Astrid Martinez. We saw Atlanta police officers in an act of solidarity with the message of Black Lives Matter, and that the message of inequality with the police departments and with the arrest of black men. They kneeled. They got down, and it really made the energy of the crowd that was almost agitated at some point. Once they kneeled in solidarity, showing that they understood what their message was, that they were hearing it, the crowd really respected and responded to the leadership of Atlanta Police Department.
Sean, if you saw in that picture there, that was from earlier where Carolyn Ryan was. That officer in the green, the bright green t-shirt, he was called a hero officer yesterday. We saw him walking, marching with protesters down Spring Street. Carolyn Ryan, you were there to witness really that moment that touched so many of us.
She said she had goosebumps.
How could you not, Sean? I think this is what so many wanted, change, action, to be heard, to say that this has to change. This cannot go on as is. A sign, maybe a small step, that we are a little bit closer to that tonight. There's Carolyn saying about the goosebumps.
Oh,
there.
sorry.
And Carolyn, if you can,
we were talking about your goosebumps,
Carolyn.
I'm sorry, say again.
We were mentioning you got goosebumps when you saw that happen with that act of solidarity with police and those individuals who were trying to get the message that Black Lives Matter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because I don't know if you recall, just moments before that, it was an interesting perspective. So it was all taking place at that intersection right there. And we were behind the line of police officers looking at the protesters. And the protesters are just like this. They walked up here and they came face to face with the officers. So they were face to face right here. And there was a lot of really intense moments right up in their face and yelling and screaming. And then all of a sudden we heard cheers break out just a few steps away. We came down, and the reason why is you had, part of the crowd here kneeling, and the officers got down and kneeled with them. And just for a minute, that anger went away. And for a minute, they were on the same team. And it was really a special moment. And just to see that range of emotion change so quickly, because I think they felt, the protesters, like, okay, they get it. Like, they're not so bad. And it was a special moment. And now the streets are clear here, this intersection. This has kind of been ground zero here. There was hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters here in this intersection just a couple of hours ago. Now all that's left is, empty water bottles and some spilled milk, but no broken glass and no injuries that we know of. But it was also a really a dramatic moment when we saw all of those National Guard officers and all of those police officers all come down and start pushing, slowly but surely, pushing the crowd, pushing the crowd, pushing the crowd. And they pushed them in all four angles on this street of this intersection here, and then slowly pushed them out of downtown as we approached that 9 o'clock curfew. I did just speak to one of the Atlanta police officers there in the SWAT vehicles who had just kind of gotten back here. This is where they're kind of all rallying back here. And I asked him, I said, what are you hearing? Do you think that they're all going to disperse to other parts of town? Is there going to be another hot spot where all of these officers will have to regather and go? And he said, you never know, you can't tell, but he feels like that's kind of the end of it. He feels like most people have left downtown. He hopes that there won't be any more flare-ups and that folks will go home. Of course, obviously, they're going to stay out here. You can see all of them are just kind of waiting for next instructions. What happens next? Some of them are still at guard here on the line because, as I mentioned, this kind of has been ground zero. So you just don't know if protesters are going to come back out. But the sense is it feels like they're kind of waiting for next instructions on where to go next. And I imagine there's going to be a contingency out all night just to make sure that there are no flare-ups. But as I say, what a dramatic change in scenery to see this intersection now just surrounded by armored vehicles, but empty other than that.
No damage to buildings. No damage to buildings around you. You've seen so far, Carolyn, and I think that's the same for other reporters. Alicia, as we look forward to the next steps for the city of Atlanta, they've got budget concerns because there's definitely overtime with all of these police officers out here. How will that affect the city's budget? And Astrid, as you were out there watching the protesters all be dispersed out, it looks like this time there was no damage to businesses as they were flooding out of the city.
No, not at all comparable to what we saw last night. Down the street from me, there was this construction building that was, being torn apart. But the message tonight that I got from, all angles was swift and strong. Not only were the National Guardsmen, were law enforcement standing strong together, but they were working swiftly to make sure that peace was restored. Also, that was the same message I got from protesters, swift and strong. They were trying to deliver that same message. We're going to be here strong. We're going to move around quickly, making sure that we get our message heard. Now, right now, we're seeing some of the rest of the tankers of the Georgia State Patrol coming in. Ground zero. This is a meetup for everyone. This is a meetup for the law enforcement. This is a meetup for the National Guardsmen. And this was the meetup spot for all these demonstrators that were here. 99% of them super peaceful, just wanted to be heard. People of all ages, families, and backgrounds. But as we can see in this big billboard right here to my right by the Ferris wheel, that was, the overall theme of the evening. Follow this and you won't be in trouble, which most people absolutely did from my vantage point. City of Atlanta curfew continues 9 p.m. till sunrise, and that's the message for the rest of the evening.
The question
now,
now,
downtown Atlanta, Astrid Martinez, CBS 46 News.
Thank you, Astrid. And the question now is, will we need another curfew? That is yet to be made. We'll definitely be asking the mayor those questions. Make sure you join us tonight at 11 on CBS 46. Atlanta's Peaceful. Have a good night.
Karen said that we need a shot because they want to do multiple shots until 11. Oh, okay, they're down there. Perfect. Woo, child. Yeah, they just want a shot
Okay. Eric, do you want me to hold anything for you? I'm just going to go to the car. He's in this garage right here, and I'm going to start charging my phones.
Okay.
You're good?
No, I'm just gonna sit
Okay.
with you right here. I'm not holding that for another hour.
No,
for
I
a
know.
live stream. I can't. I need to sit down for a second.
Your frontal live Nat VO at 11. The Nat sound is Neil with us. Woohoo!
You what? Sorry.
No, I'm reading what Karen texts me.
Where'd those water bottles go?
Oh, I mean Kelsey, not Karen. I don't have any more. Maybe they have some. Oh, that's yours? Oh. So she said we'll front a live Nat VO at 11, and we'll start with the Nat sound that says Neil with us. Woo! Okay. All right, I'm going to head out to the car and charge.
I'm gonna sit right
Wait.
on this spot. You can keep it.
I'm going to power it up.
Let me send a text.
I'd just be taking liberties to stand out in the middle of the intersection.
She said, let ENG know to roll any that is labeled properly so producers editing can find it in the morning.
Okay, we can roll it, but I'll
Okay,
probably cut
okay.
something. It's no biggie. I mean, we can go.
I just need them to know not to come to our camera, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Did I not? Oh.
Give us a different angle. We can.
I'm just going to say I'm Carolyn Ryan in downtown Atlanta. Another round of protests overnight, and this time law and order was one of the big takeaways. A sea of Atlanta police officers, National Guard troops, even DNR officers standing guard over the city. In fact, this time they outnumbered protesters, and by the 9 p.m. curfew, most of the crowd safely dispersed.
You want to drive through?
Yeah, we can get through there. I'll back up.
You don't like it?
Well, I mean, are you going to then feel emotions and banter back and forth? And maybe I go to a couple shots where they're, you blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Oh, so a little bit more action?
Yeah, a little more. I mean, we can make it, what, a minute or whatever?
No, 25 seconds.
Oh, is it? I thought you said it was like a minute.
No, they're 25-second morning whips.
Yeah. I got these cars in me.
This will be good. We could
Now,
start there.
Now, the thing tomorrow would be if we're able to get it to obstruct that class.
Am I going to ruin y'all shot if I park?
No,
You're good.
I was just wondering who got to change the tire.
I'm tired of playing musical cars. So.
We're just saying, well, I wonder what it would take for us to be able to ride along with one of y'all tomorrow night.
Like after the curfew, just ride,
Ride the streets.
You would just have to ask the chief, get permission from public affairs.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool.
You guys be out here.
So they tell us to go.
All right.
I don't know what time that is. We're supposed to be here until 11 or 12. Depends on what time, if they know protests start tomorrow. So there's a lot of factors. So I know we'll be back tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, let's knock it out.
You got the truck back there.
Yeah. Can I hand that to you, ma'am? Thank you. I'm Carolyn Ryan in downtown Atlanta. Another round of protests overnight, and this time law and order was one of the big takeaways. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. I'm Carolyn Ryan in downtown Atlanta. Another round of protests overnight, and this time law and order was one of the big takeaways. A sea of Atlanta police officers.
You can stay right there.
Don't move.
Well, talk first and then come on in. All right, go ahead.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. I'm Carolyn Ryan in downtown Atlanta. Another round of protests overnight, and this time the takeaway, law and order. A sea of Atlanta police officers, National Guard troops, and even DNR.
yards.
No, it was sitting right on the sidewalk.
He said it was on the sidewalk.
Yeah, no, it's right across the street from where y'all were at now.
No, but think about it, it can't be National Guard because it's in the marshal's.
Yeah.
It's in the marshal's cart. This car was looted, or I mean, the cart was looted and the water they brought.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll just let you see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, man, enjoy, man. Just walk.
I'm glad you're saying something on VO, Brittany, because everybody else is going to literally say the same thing. There's nothing going on now.
Tomorrow, fake money. Or I'll just sell. Everybody can leave it tomorrow.
Be ready to talk to Jason. You hear him?
Oh shoot, I'm not up.
Rim 2 will be there, Jason. Do you know when we can clear our Facebook video? No.
I can't remember.
This is not.
Anniversary date is October 21st, so that would be August 21st. Yes. If you've got the urge to herbal in the shower, and another half an hour.
Alright, guys.
Hey man, have a good night. Stay safe, okay?
Okay, thank you.
What is that, a flashlight?
No, they're gonna drive by.
Oh.
She said they're still posted at the state capitol. That's what she said.
Are they at the Capitol still?
What is the state capitol? What street is that on?
Hang on, I gotta I'm about to go on TV. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Stay safe, okay?
Okay.
Get home.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Good luck.
No, yeah.
You're just right out there, right?
Yeah, I'm not moving. Here, let me come on this. Get this side of the wire.
Just go on the pole.
I'm not getting anywhere near that calf. Or Mamie's gonna come after
Those
me.
yams?
Those yams?
Come this way just a little bit. Back a little bit. There you go. Don't fall off the edge.
I don't want May to be like,
You're a little small.
said no one ever. Yasmina, because Yasmina. Testing 1, 2, 3. Because Yasmina always sees me in heels. When she saw me in sneakers today, she was like, "Oh my God, you're so short." I'm like, "I know."
That's awesome.
She's like, "You don't look the same." I was like, "I know."
Yep, this is going to be a perfect shot for what we're doing.
Oh look, and now people are showing up.
What's that?
I said, and now people are showing up.
Oh, you mean people are doing stuff?
No, just vehicles. Did Harding have nothing else?
KGO San Francisco,
What?
isn't it?
What?
Isn't KGO in San Francisco?
Yeah, why?
They were asking.
Why? What happened in San Fran?
Jason wanted to know what KGO is. It looks like you have like one of those Taylor Swift t-shirts on with the glitter right now over your black.
Oh, that's a makeup bag.
I know, but just what I'm saying. Like, did you go to a Taylor Swift concert?
I did go to the Taylor Swift concert. I'm proud of it. I'm a Swiftie. Come at me, bro.
Her country music's great.
A lot of her music great. It's catchy.
The new new stuff, not so much.
No, hang on, what's some of that new stuff?
Never find another like.
Woo, woo, woo.
You'll get more in trouble for this than what you said last week.
Yeah. No, but that's catchy.
Shake It
All
Off
of
was
her-
good.
Shake It Off is good, but that was her last album.
That was 1998 or 1988. No, 1998. Right?
No, she was born in '88.
Is that what it was? 1990 or 1988?
Not 90. It's 88. Okay.
I saw what they were seeing, and what they were seeing was hundreds of protesters who were very angry with them, aggressive at times, getting right up in their faces. But for a brief moment, something happened. The protesters started peacefully kneeling, and the cops followed suit. The protesters broke out in cheers and applause for the police, and in that moment, they felt understood. They were no longer enemies. Okay, mic check 1, 2, 3. You know, I had the unique vantage point tonight of standing directly behind. See, like there's stuff going. I had the unique vantage point tonight of standing behind the line of police officers. I got to see what they were seeing, and what they were seeing. You know, I had the unique vantage point tonight of standing behind a line of police officers. I got to see what they were seeing, and what they were seeing was a whole lot of protesters with a whole lot of rage. They were very angry with them, and even at times aggressive with them, getting right up in their faces. But for a brief moment, something happened. The protesters got down on one knee, and they were just kneeling. They were kneeling in silence. Okay, good. I'll take this thing off.
Oh, no, you gotta stay with it.
Stay with
It's
the
all
vibe.
over. It's all over now. It's all over.
The drama.
You gotta stay with the image.
Is there anywhere to go, or are you just going to stay on me?
Well, I mean, if we're catching to a VO. If we're going to a VO, we're gonna stay still.
Okay.
Hell, we can't. I mean, everybody's gonna have their live shots on our corner.
Yeah.
So
This is our corner.
go walk out in the middle.
What's that line from Pretty Woman off the top?
Another day of mass protests across Atlanta.
We tired of seeing our black folks dying every day.
The birthplace of the civil rights movement becoming home to a new mission.
Okay, I'm getting out! Stop!
Two local college students shot with a stun gun.
This is the most traumatic thing that has ever happened.
Reactions from their shocking arrests. And breaking news at 11, the first night of peace after protests in Atlanta. Police and National Guard troops clearing the streets as the 9 p.m. curfew has passed. It comes on day 4 of demonstrations over the death of George Floyd. Tonight, we have team coverage with reporters covering all angles of today's protests and the aftermath.
And we want to start tonight with CBS 46's Brittany Edney, who is live in Centennial Olympic Park. Brittany.
Alicia, I am right in front of the sky view where you can see that the National Guard is clearing out with some of their Humvees and other vehicles right now. They just kind of started coming through in the past 90 seconds or so. But I do want to tell you, after everything that we have seen today from countless protests and marches all around up downtown and in the Midtown area, also on the 75 connector where we were stuck at some point because of the magnitude of protesters that showed up. Of everything that we've seen today, I want to share with you some video now that it was probably one of the most shocking moments. It is when a protester who was having a confrontation with a police officer, and you can see from our live television coverage that she spit in his face, and at that moment, from what we witnessed, he did not react. He just continued processing this young woman and then put her on a bus with others who were being detained as well. So again, that video really just showed the magnitude of some of the emotions today, and this was one of the moments of everything that was really still kind of shocking because it was offensive, and unfortunately it did escalate to that level that once a police officer was trying to detain a woman, that she spat in his face. Guys.
And a police officer not reacting. The situation could have gotten much worse. Brittany Edney covering it for us all day long. Brittany, thank you. Tonight, we also saw officers not only showing that restraint, but also helping the wounded. Our team coverage continues now at 11 with CBS 46's Barmel Lyons. Barmel.
Yes, I mean, this is the end to a very peaceful protest day. I want to take a look behind me. As you can see, it's still a united front with the National Guard, Atlanta Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, and I mean, the list goes on. You can see them still here patrolling the streets. We're right now on Centennial Olympic Park at the intersection of Marietta Street. Now, one thing I do want to note, organizers say they wanted to start the day. They pronounced to everyone, hey, no looting, no agitators. We're making sure that this is a peaceful protest, and that it was. A lot of those people who came to the Martin Luther King historical site, they made sure to announce that, and they went back at around 7:15, and they ensured that it was stable, and they made sure to go home. Now, we did see some issues here where people, stragglers, they did not want to make their way home, but again, that united front that you just saw, they made sure to unitedly push people back, you know, inching farther down the road. We only saw tear gas once today. I'm sorry?
We only tear gas once, Barmel, and we also saw some of the officers rendering aid to one of those protesters. It seemed like an elderly man and had some injuries to his face. You did a great job today. Thank you, Barmel. Now, a show of unity and respect by law enforcement and protesters. CBS 46's Carolyn Ryan continues our team coverage. Carolyn, good evening.
Hi, Sean. Good evening. You know, I had the unique vantage point tonight of standing directly behind a line of police officers. I got to see what they were seeing, and what they were seeing was hundreds of angry protesters, some of whom got aggressive towards them, got right up in their faces. But for a brief moment, something happened. The protesters peacefully got down on one knee, and then the police officers followed suit. The protesters broke out in cheers and applause for the police. And in that moment, they felt understood. They were no longer enemies. One officer in particular has gone out of his way over the last 72 hours to try to break down those deep barriers between protesters and police with moments just like that. Take a listen.
I think we're just trying to show them that, you know, we're out here with them. They're obviously angry, and we're hoping that we can just have a little bit of some dialogue or conversation, something, because what we're really trying to convey to them is that, you know, the curfew is coming up. We want to hear them. We want to talk to them. But the curfew is still coming up.
So certainly a touching moment there. Unfortunately, it didn't last, but you can't expect that to happen overnight. There's such deep wounds, of course, that these protesters are feeling, and it's something clearly those divides aren't going to break down overnight. But it was nice to see, Sean, some positive moments in the midst of so much chaos and pain that we've seen otherwise over the last 72 hours.
Carolyn, I think it gave all of us goosebumps, including you. All right, CBS 46's Astrid Martinez. She joins us live with more on how officers came together with protesters tonight.
And Sean, I think no matter which side of the argument that you agree with, you know that a lot of people have spent the last few days with an extremely heavy heart, from Black communities who feel that they have had injustice and are demanding equality for centuries, to citizens who feel that their cities look like war zones, and also to law enforcement who want to feel one and communicate with their communities. But there was a moment that I felt was very heartfelt and hopeful. I want you to take a listen to when officers and protesters met in a moment of solidarity. Now, this was today with protesters here in downtown Atlanta. They asked law enforcement to join them and take a knee with them. And we had actually Lieutenant Joyner and Captain Clay from the APD department. They knelt with the protesters for a little bit over 2 minutes. That's the amount of time that ex-officer in Minneapolis still knelt and dug his knee into the neck of George Floyd after his body was already lifeless. So I think these moments of solidarity need to be highlighted in times like this. And I think it's a true reflection of what Atlanta is really about, coming together for unity, for peace, and for healing. That's all for downtown right here in Atlanta. Astrid Martinez, CBS 46 News.
Astrid, you've been on the front lines all day showing us that solidarity. We are grateful for it tonight because that is not the case across the nation in many spots. We want to take you now to a live look here from New York, where you can see in the background there, that is a fiery protest underway. The city of Manhattan under an 8 p.m. curfew tonight after more looting happened today. The images are dark, but it has been chaos. We have seen clashes like this not only in New York, Sean, but across the nation.
And Alicia, President Trump threatened to deploy the United States military against violent protesters.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Today, the president spoke to the nation's governors, telling them to get tougher and use their National Guard troops, something Governor Brian Kemp is already doing. Outside of the White House, protesters chanted, "You are the threat." Breaking news tonight, 2 people wounded in a shooting near rapper Killer Mike's barber shop. It happened around 8 at the corner of Tanner Street and William Borders Drive. This is all near Edgewood. Police say both men were taken to a hospital. Investigators working to determine what led to the shooting. We're told neither victim was taking part of tonight's protests.
Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is getting praise for the way she is handling destructive protest. This afternoon, she joined mayors from other cities for an online roundtable with presidential candidate Joe Biden. Minutes into the call, Biden praising Mayor Bottoms' passion, composure, and the way she's handled a city that turned to chaos night after night. During the call, the mayor says she's noticed the situation here in Atlanta is getting better.
As I woke up this morning and started seeing images of police officers walking alongside protesters and taking a knee with protesters, I think that it's very clear that people are being heard. I just want to make sure that their voices and their outcry doesn't get lost in the destruction.
Many experts consider Mayor Bottoms as a potential vice presidential candidate for Joe Biden this fall.
Tonight, local and several businesses are cleaning up from the riots. Over the weekend, dozens of companies had their windows broken and products looted. Many are now boarded up, dealing a huge blow to businesses already hurting during the coronavirus. That includes many Black-owned businesses.
It's unfortunate because everyone, we're already at the most difficult time trying to survive.
This fashion shop we stopped by put up a sign identifying themselves as Black-owned, hoping to protect them from damage. Some Target stores closing down after looting and destruction from the protests. That includes locations in Buckhead and South Atlanta. Target says the impacted workers will still be paid for their scheduled hours. The company says its focus is on employee safety and helping our community heal.
It's a beautiful night, mostly clear skies, temperatures starting to cool down, although still warm outside, 73 degrees. No rain since midnight, no rain today. In fact, we're going to keep it dry for the next several days, and that does include this evening. Temperatures drop to the mid-60s with mostly clear skies. Another dry day tomorrow, dry again on Wednesday. Then by the end of the week, that's when we start to see afternoon showers and storms back in the forecast. So we are tracking that dry weather, at least for now. We are tracking a big warm up. Soon temperatures near 90, and it is the first day of the hurricane season, and appropriately so. We have Tropical Depression 3. I'll show you where it's going and if it will impact our weather coming up.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Coronavirus concerns amid mass protests. We are now hearing from a local doctor on the precautions protesters should be taking in large gatherings.
And conflicts over 2 autopsy reports for George Floyd with very different conclusions. Plus, just ahead, hear from George Floyd's brother urging people to peacefully protest.
You're watching CBS 46 News, getting results. Thanks for making CBS 46 the fastest growing news in Atlanta.
Tonight, we are learning Atlanta police have arrested nearly 350 people in protest since Friday. Among them, a young couple dragged out of their car by police and shot with a stun gun. Our Yasmina Alston recorded the incident that you saw unfold on live TV here on CBS 46. She joins us now from Centennial Olympic Park, not too far from where it happened, Yasmina, with what those students had to say about that terrifying experience.
Alicia, like you said, we are learning tonight new information about the 2 Atlanta police investigators who were fired for using excessive force on 2 college students during protests that were happening not far from where I'm at right now, here near Centennial Olympic Park. Now, we also have that body cam footage of the incident. Let's take a look and listen in on that real quick.
Okay, stop the car! Stop! Stop! Okay, I'm getting out! Stop!
Photographer and I watched as officers used a stun gun on the 2 students and dragged them out of their car. Investigator Mark Gardner and investigator Ivory Streeter were fired after the footage caused outrage. Well, we're learning more about both of them tonight. Gardner had 3 unnecessary force complaints filed, according to Atlanta police. 1 in 2003 was filed by someone in the department. The other 2 were filed by citizens. 1 in 2006 and 1 in 2015. The department ruled them not sustained. Investigator Streeter had 1 unnecessary force complaint, which was not sustained. He did face 2 different suspensions in 2014 and 2007. Of course, this incident left both of those students shaken. Take a listen.
This is the most traumatic thing that has ever happened. Can't stop thinking about what could have happened.
In this time of injustice,
it feels good to know that I have a support system that understands the severity of this and understands that change does need to come.
A very traumatic experience for both of them, and of course tonight that body cam footage and that new information, and we'll of course continue following the story and bringing you the latest. Live in downtown Atlanta, Yasmina Alston, CBS 46 News.
Yasmina, thank you. New information tonight. The family of George Floyd says an independent autopsy finds he died from asphyxiation from sustained pressure on his back and neck. That's a different finding from the original autopsy, which says effects of restraint contributed to Floyd's death, but that Floyd also had underlying medical conditions. The officer caught on camera kneeling on his neck has been charged with murder. This activists are now calling for the arrest of 3 other officers. And tonight, George Floyd's death continues to resonate across the nation. Terrence Floyd brought flowers and prayers to the spot in Minneapolis where his brother George was killed last week. He called for an end to the violence that has rocked the nation. Floyd begged the crowd to bring change through political activism rather than the destruction which has scarred cities from coast to coast.
What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing, because that's not going to bring my brother back.
Several cities are now cracking down on late night protests. New York City enforced an 11 p.m. curfew, and Mayor Bill de Blasio says vandalism will not be tolerated, but understands the need for police reform. And the sights and sounds of the chaos at times was controlled and Alicia, very difficult to watch.
Difficult to watch, important to see. Those were the words from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, only on CBS 46. We bring you this deeper look into the pain behind the protest.
Atlanta didn't deserve this. I'm here to look at the aftermath of what happened the other day. My name is John Paul Bell, disabled American, U.S. Coast Guard.
This is not a protest. This is not in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. This is chaos.
What was going through my mind when I saw this last night was helplessness.
Why did you come out here to do this? Because it takes one person to make a difference and to show the right thing. And I know my nephew and my niece may see this. And I want them to understand that there's a better way to protest than to destroy things.
We as mothers, we are sick and we are fed up about burying our children. We gotta come together as a race to bury our children because they are treating us as black. Being black is a crime. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. So I've been here for 3 days, and I will be here for 3 more days, and 30 more days, and 30 more years until the racism stops, until they stop killing us.
I'm glad they only took down a sign as they faced the building and they're not killing human beings like that policeman did. I'm glad that they only destroyed some brick and mortar and they didn't rip a father from a son. They didn't rip a son from a mother like the policeman did. When a man yells for his mother in duress and pain and she's dead, he is essentially yelling, "Please God, don't let it happen to me."
That was photojournalist Schweitzer Lewis who put that package together, highlighting the pain behind the protest. We are taking a live look now back in New York City. Protests continue across the country tonight. A hot spot has been New York City. We have just learned there have been arrests made inside the iconic Macy's store in Manhattan. That amid that growing violence following days of protest. The city of Manhattan now under an 8 p.m. curfew tonight. Those out are in violation of that curfew. More looting happened in that city today. Shauna, story we are continuing to follow, and all of this as there are growing concerns about unmasked protesters possibly spreading the coronavirus during these protests. Over the weekend, Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom said if you are out protesting, you probably need to get tested. WellStar doctor Chirag Patel says wearing a mask, using hand sanitizer, and staying as far apart as possible are crucial, but he admits that is nearly impossible to do while protesting in large groups.
These are probably not things that are top of mind when you're in a peaceful protesting environment. Testing is more readily available now, so definitely want to consider testing, especially if you do become symptomatic 70 to 96 hours after being out there. You definitely want to consider going and get tested.
Dr. Patel also says the next couple of weeks will be very telling when it comes to the impact of the recent large gatherings.
The 2020 hurricane season is now officially underway. We have already seen 2 named storms before the season even started, and another system is brewing in the Gulf of Mexico tonight. Experts predicting we will see more hurricanes than normal. Here's a live look over Atlanta tonight. Well, that's not Atlanta. God, hope not. Jennifer Valdez, I don't know where that was, but we got a lot of sunshine and a little humid though.
You know, it is 2020. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that, but thankfully, yes, no, that is not Atlanta. But we are watching Tropical Depression 3 that did form today on the first day of hurricane season, and I'll show you where that system is going here in just a minute. First, let's start with our radar because it looks really good over Atlanta. We have mostly clear skies, couple clouds south and west of I-85, but overall very pleasant. It will stay dry for tonight. It will stay dry tomorrow and Wednesday. Everyone keeps asking, when is the rain going to come back, because it has been dry over the past couple of days, and you see it right there. Starting on Thursday, we'll start to introduce that chance of rain, and it will continue through at least the first half of the weekend. Temperatures right now are warm, especially for it being so late at night, and it's still in those mid-70s, 73 in Atlanta. As we head through the evening, we will cool down to the mid-60s, then warm up quickly tomorrow. In fact, tomorrow will be even warmer than it was today. For tomorrow morning, we'll wake up to 64 degrees in Atlanta. That's pretty close to the average low this time of year. And then we will rebound quickly to the mid-80s tomorrow afternoon. It will be mostly sunny to partly cloudy. Again, no rain in tomorrow's forecast. And it will be warm as we get up to 86 in Atlanta, 86 in LaGrange, 87 in Rome, and 85 in Athens tomorrow afternoon. So we talked about the tropics. Let's get to it. This is Tropical Depression number 3. It is over the Bay of Campeche, and it is producing 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, some rough surf out there as well. It has already caused tropical storm warnings in place all the way from Campeche to Puerto de Veracruz. That means that tropical storm conditions expected within the next 36 hours. It's those areas along the coast there in orange. Now, this system is meandering over the Bay of Campeche. Will continue to do that. It will do a little loop-de-loo, and then eventually by Friday, you'll see that turn to the north over the Gulf of Mexico, then make its way towards the southeastern United States. This system expected to become a tropical storm either tonight or tomorrow. It will be Cristobal, so we're watching for Cristobal, which will be our 3rd named storm of the season. Still too early to tell if it's going to affect our weather, but it does look like the storm will stay to our west. We will see some rain even regardless of that storm, with shower chances moving in Thursday and continuing through the beginning of the weekend. We'll be back right after this. Okay.
We have new information tonight. DeKalb County police say the person who shot and killed a man inside a Walmart will not face charges. It happened around 2 this afternoon at the store on Gresham Road. Police say 2 men got into a fight and a man in his mid-60s was shot. DeKalb County investigators saying the shooting was self-defense. Now at 11, a crime alert. Atlanta police are looking for whoever shot and killed a man in a truck. It happened in Buckhead at the intersection of Peachtree Road and Peachtree Battle Avenue. Police say someone in a sedan pulled up and shot the victim. Right now, they're trying to figure out if it was road rage.
Tonight in Marietta, 5 people are under arrest in connection with multiple hit-and-run crashes. It started with a collision on Wade Walker Park. Police say the driver was killed and the car stolen. A stolen car was then involved in 2 more hit-and-runs. Police were able to track the car with newly installed tag scanners. Meanwhile, a local trumpet player playing the blues, going months without unemployment benefits. How CBS 46 stepped in to get him help.
Now at 11, CBS 46 is getting results for a local Grammy-winning trumpet player now struggling to stay afloat during the pandemic.
Sanders Sermons, like so many other musicians, had his performances canceled because of coronavirus. Sermons has been trying to get help from the Georgia Department of Labor. So we gave our Better Call Harry a call. Today, he found out he's getting $6,000 in federal benefits, with more to come.
It's just that inner peace that all of the musicians can understand, you know, when you know you're getting income coming in and you can think and you can be more creative.
In 2011, Sermons won a Grammy for Best Blues Album when he played with the Tradeshi Trucks Band. All right, stick around. We'll be right back. Don't go away. We are following breaking news tonight. Police now say 95 arrests have been made during tonight's protests in Atlanta. Most demonstrators cleared the streets after the 9 p.m. curfew. Police say one group refused to leave, throwing rocks and fireworks toward the officers. Tear gas was used to disperse the crowd, and since Friday, around 400 people have been arrested in Atlanta. We are going to continue to monitor the story. Make sure you join the morning show and on our streaming CBS 46 News app.
For now, everybody, stay safe. We'll see you back here tomorrow night.